This thing is nothing. And what's more, I'm preaching a lot. I get it hot at 73 degrees. It starts only 3 degrees. But years ago, I put my child at freezing, and I don't feel nothing. Only hot. But I can listen to the voice. I just know it makes me cold. My mom did. She always did. Trying to like 150. And she was really.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
YouTube people, I apologize. I forgot to charge my tablet. I cannot see your comments at the moment. We're going to let it charge for about an hour. I'll get it on so then I'll be able to see your comments. So just bear with me. I will respond to you. It'll just be a little bit. Okay. How was your weekend?
Good.
Busy? Yeah, mine too.
Wasn't busy.
Always busy when you have much get into.
Ah, yes. That will do it. All right. So, is everybody getting our wrap up emails, our after class wrap up emails? Is everybody getting them?
I don't check into it.
Okay, it's okay. All right. Those of you at home, you can also get those wrap up emails. Just go to foryourcna.com/YouTube live class altogether. You can get the wrap up emails as well. They have links for all of the lessons that we went through, as well as a link to the replay of that class session. So you have the ability to access those as well. So over the weekend, you had 2 chapters to read, chapters 2 and 3. Does anyone have any questions for me on these chapters? Is there anything that you read that you don't understand? No? All right, I do want to cover one thing that does come up quite often. In your reading, it told you that you had to, according to federal law, all healthcare workers have to have at least 75 hours of training. You added up the time that you're here, it's not 75 hours. You're only here for 32. So this kind of confuses students a little bit. In Florida, we are the only state that does not abide by that federal guideline. So Florida, that rule doesn't get acknowledged. So you kind of have to keep that in mind if you're going to be moving out of state, because all other states do abide by that 75-hour rule. So if you want to move to New York, this might reduce your ability to do that. So what you would need to do is contact the Board of Nursing in the state that you're going to go to. And you're going to tell them, I'm a Florida CNA. I want to be a New York CNA. What's the process? Most states will say, okay, fine. As long as you've got a certification somewhere else, we'll give you one here too. Do our background check and pay our fee. We'll give you a certification here. Pretty easy. Not all states are going to honor that though. Good morning. And you need to be aware of that because it will, you know, impact your ability to be able to work in whatever state you're moving to if you don't address that before you go. Does that make sense? Okay. So Florida does not abide by that particular federal guideline. I don't know why. They just don't. All right. So let me get your scores for chapters 2 and 3. This is on page 133 and 134 of your white book. 133 and 134 of your white book. Everybody ready? Okay, Bryn.
I didn't get any wrong.
Good.
The third, I got 5 wrong.
5 wrong. Is there anything I can help you with on that? Okay, that's fine. Nadia?
Chapter 2, I didn't get none. Chapter 3, I got 1.
Very good. Lauren? Very good. Erasima?
I was thinking, was everything okay?
Did you grade it using the page in the back of the book?
Just checking in this morning a little bit and it looks okay.
Okay, so then you didn't miss any. Good. Joanna? Thank you. Joanna, can you give me the number on the front of your yellow
Yes.
book? Thank you. Rosina? Okay, and do you have chapter 1 for me by any
No, not
chance?
yet.
Okay, that's fine. Demwadi? Okay, very good. Mariah? Caitlin? Caitlin?
I didn't miss any on either.
Very good. Joni?
I didn't miss any.
Very good. Gabrielle? Erica? Amy?
Pretty fine as you speak.
Okay, all right. And what is the number on the front of your yellow book, the upper corner?
Y1.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So tonight you're going to have one chapter to do. You'll be doing chapter 4. And I want to talk to you a little bit about chapter 4 because it can be a little complicated for students. You don't need to know what all the body systems are, what they're made up of, all the different diseases for body systems. That's not really relevant to CNA. What you do need to understand is that there are body systems. There's 9 of them, actually. They all do something different to keep our bodies working well together. And if you have a problem in one body system, it can often affect another body system or more than one. So even though each body system is kind of does a different job, they're all completely connected together. And that's what makes us as a whole. So if you've got a cardiac problem, a problem with your heart, that can affect all kinds of other systems because all of the nutrients and everything that you need for everything else to run properly is all delivered by the blood. And if the heart isn't pumping the blood, everything can be affected. Does that make sense? Okay. So when you're reading chapter 4, I don't want you to get all stressed out about, oh my gosh, I have to know what makes up every organ in the integumentary system. No, you don't. Integumentary system is hair, skin, and nails. But you don't need to know all of the, what makes up that body system. What I do want you to pay attention, though, to is the changes in body systems related to aging. Because remember that half of our job is observation and reporting, right? That's half of our job. It's half of what we do. That's what sets us apart from all the other caregivers. Well, if you don't know what's normal, then you would have no idea what you need to report. Does that make sense? I'll give you a great example of this. When an elderly person gets a urinary tract infection, a UTI, they don't get the same symptoms that young people get. A young person who has a urinary tract infection, they get pain, burning. They feel like they can't get out of the bathroom, but when they're in the bathroom, nothing's happening. It's you think you're going to go, and then you can't go. So you stand up and then, oh, I got to go. And, you get that urgency, that frequency, that burning, all those normal symptoms that let us know, hey, something is going wrong down here. We got to get it fixed. Elderly patients often do not get those symptoms. The very first symptom in an elderly patient for a urinary tract infection is confusion. So when you're working with the elderly and you have somebody that's a little bit confused today and they weren't yesterday, you may think, oh, they're just old. They're going to have bad days like that. No. Confusion always needs to be reported if it's new or worse than it was before, because it could indicate some sort of other problem in the body. Does that make sense? So we need to understand normal and abnormal so that we know what to report. And sometimes as CNAs, we make assumptions and then things don't get reported. Good? Make sense? Okay. All right, Amy.
I got 2 wrong on both.
Okay. Do you have chapter 1 for me?
I do. Got 3 wrong on chapter 1.
Thank you. Okay. So let's review what we learned last week. And if you remember last week, we learned about little more than half of our banners on the back, all of these principles. So I want to go through and review these because the weekend was a long period of time and you may have forgotten a thing or two. So before we move on to learning some new stuff, let's go ahead and review. So we performed the skill as directed on the care plan. We followed the care plan, and okay. What are we going to observe for? Yeah, abnormalities, changes, pain, anything that looks, smells, feels kind of funny. Doesn't look right. And then who do we report those observations to? The nurse. What if the patient can't or won't let you do a skill? Yeah, we just report it. Absolutely. Try to find out why, because they're going to want more info. Every skill starts with an opening. What does every opening start with? A knock. When after you knock, what are you going to do with the patient? Okay, greet them by name. We have to identify them. Absolutely. We have to identify ourselves by name and title. Very good. And then what are we going to describe to them? Yeah, what we're there to do. And we're not describing the sky or the weather or anything. We're letting them know why we're there, right? Why do we have to do that? What do we have to get from the patient? Permission, consent, absolutely. Once we get consent, we're going to close and what are you going to do after you touch curtains? Absolutely, very good. Now that you got clean hands, you can go get your supplies. Very good, very good. So talking about supplies, you need a clean place to put them, right? So that's going to be a barrier. Sure. And anything could be a barrier, but for the test, we're going to use something very specific. Anybody remember what it's called? A chucks. Yeah. In this case, we're using that chucks as a barrier. Whoops. I'm going to throw that as a barrier. You can only touch your supplies with what kind of hands? Clean hands. Very good. And you don't want those supplies to touch your why? Not clean. Very good. And when do you get the barrier? When you get your supplies? Before you get your supplies or after? Yeah, always before you get your supplies. So we're going to do our opening, wash our hands, go get the barrier, put it on the table, and then go get your supplies. That's because if you don't do it in that order, you'll end up holding those supplies right up next to your uniform, which we already know is not clean. Very good. All right. So now we're going to move on to gloves because this is one of our supplies. And gloves are always considered for every single skill we do. Everything you have to think about. You don't have to wear them, but you have to think about them. So glove rules, like the opening, every single skill, no matter what, we're going to think about gloves because gloves are not based on the skill. They're always based on the patient we're doing our skill on. So if I'm going to do a skill, doesn't matter what the skill is, I'm going to ask myself 3 questions. And the questions are, am I going to come into contact with anything? Yeah, body fluids, anything ooey gooey. It's not mine, right? Body fluids. Am I going to come into contact with what kind of skin? Personal skin. Yeah, breast area, genital area, that kind of thing. Am I going to come into contact with any open, yeah, skin? So open wounds, sores, rashes, incisions, anything like that. If the answer is no to all 3 of those, do I need gloves? No. Yeah. If the answer is no, if I'm not going to come into contact with body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin when I do this skill, I don't need gloves. So if I'm going to take your pulse, I'm not coming into contact with body fluids because there's none there. I'm not going to come into contact with any personal skin because your wrist is not personal. And I'm not going to come into contact with any open wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions because your skin is intact. I don't need gloves. Okay, good. All right. But if I do need gloves, if one of those answers was, well, maybe like feet. When we're going to do foot care, we can't see the feet before we get started. There could be something on the bottom of the feet. So there's a maybe there. So what do you think maybes mean for gloves? Yes, we definitely want to wear gloves for a maybe. So the only way we can not wear gloves if the answer is no to all 3 of those questions. Body fluids, personal skin, non-intact skin. So if we decide, okay, yeah, we need to wear gloves, that's probably a good idea here. There's a maybe there. What should those gloves touch first? Why? Right. We want clean gloves for our patient. Yeah. If I was brushing your teeth, would you want clean gloves or gloves that touched a whole bunch of stuff before getting into your mouth? Of course, you'd want clean gloves, right? So the first thing our gloves should touch is the patient. Now, once we touch the patient, we have to be careful about all the other things we're touching in the area because now we're going to transfer pathogens. Remember, patients have cooties. Those cooties are now on your gloves. You have to think about where those gloves are going. If you're going to reach in your pockets, should you do that with gloves?
No.
No. If you're going to open the curtain, should you do that with gloves? No. So you have to be careful about what you're touching in the environment. And then when you're going to take those gloves off, you have to remove them correctly. Can anybody tell me how to remove gloves correctly? Yep. Pinch up, pull off, and then under. Right. Right. So pinch up first, go under after. Okay. So pinch up and then go under. All right. There's a glare here. All right. So privacy blanket, we also learned, and this is another supply. So this would be, we would get our privacy blanket after we did our opening, after we washed our hands, after we got a barrier, after we evaluated if we need gloves. Now we're going to think about a privacy blanket. Is this something that we need? We don't need them for every skill. How would we know when we need a privacy blanket? Yeah, uncovered or undressed. That is correct. Why isn't the privacy curtain enough? Yeah, you're the stranger in the room with them. Absolutely. It doesn't protect them against you. But it also has to do with temperature. Why is that? Why would that be an issue?
Cold.
It's cold and you are fully dressed. So you are going to interpret the temperature different than your patient does. I guarantee it. You are fully dressed and active. That's right. So remember that privacy blankets are always used for two reasons: to keep patients warm and to protect their privacy. So when we put when we decide we're going to need one and we put a privacy blanket on, should we just take the sheet off and then put the blanket on? No. How do we do this?
On the top and take the other one.
Okay, why? Why can't you just take the sheet away? Okay, so yeah, privacy, warmth, but there's also something else here. Your patient is laying down. That's a vulnerable position, isn't it? And what are they wearing?
I don't know.
Yeah, not much. Not much, right? Thin hospital gown, probably not a whole lot underneath it. So are they really dressed for company here? So this is a dignity issue as well. So remember, privacy, warmth, but there's also a dignity application here as well. That goes to patient rights. Good? Makes sense? All right. What should we not do with privacy blankets or anything else that we're putting on the bed? Yeah, shake it or snap it. Why is that a problem?
Because like a dust.
Yeah, all those cooties, you're bringing them right up where you can breathe them in. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And then when we use a privacy blanket, when are we going to remove it? Okay, when we're finished, but it's a little bit more specific than that. Okay, after we pull the sheet up so they're not exposed. If I'm wearing gloves, do I take my gloves off before or after? Now, this is a hard one. This is a really, really hard one. So think about this for a second. Do I pull the privacy blanket or take the privacy blanket off before or after I take my gloves off? After, why?
The story.
Okay, yeah, we're going to touch that sheet that's going to go right up next to their face. We don't want to do that with dirty gloves. Good? Everybody with me? Okay. Are you starting to see how all of this is going to, all of these principles are going to determine how we're going to do a lot of these skills moving forward? Okay. Anything with a privacy blanket is going to be handled exactly the same way. Exactly the same. Anything with gloves is always handled exactly the same. Anything with a barrier is always handled exactly the same. Okay. All right. Anytime we clean a basin, we're always going to clean it exactly the same, right? But nothing ever changes here. We learn it once, we just do it over and over and over and over and over. So basin cleaning, we just barely touched on this, right? We just kind of glossed over it. We're going to get into it in a little bit more detail as we go through the program. But the biggest thing I need you to understand here is that we're not going for sterile. That's not what this is. This is like your sink at home after you brush your teeth. You're just going to rinse it out and get all the big globs of toothpaste out of it. That's it. We're not disinfecting it. There's no spray. There's no Pine Sol. There's no bleach. There's no nothing involved here. We're simply going to rinse it, dry it, and store it. But there are some times in a clinical setting where you may have to disinfect it. If you have to disinfect it, you cannot hold it while you're disinfecting. That kind of takes the whole disinfection thing out of the way, right? because you can't be holding it with dirty hands or dirty gloves while you're trying to disinfect it. So that means in order to disinfect something, we have to set it down. So we're going to rinse our basin, dump it out, set it down. That process never changes. Whether we're disinfecting or not, we're still going to do it. Dump your basin, rinse it, dump it, set it down. If we have to disinfect, that's when we pick up our spray and spray it. Or we get some soap and wash it. Good? But now we still have dirty hands, dirty gloves. Can we pick that basin up with dirty hands, dirty gloves? So I need a paper towel between my hands and glove, or, you know, my gloved hands or my plain hands and the basin. Make sense? Paper towel to pick it up. Then we're going to use paper towel to dry the inside, paper towel to dry the outside, and then one more for the drawer. No, you can just set it in the sink. The bottom is not necessarily considered clean because it's not used for patient care. We don't really care about it. It's the inside that we're worried about. That's why we use 2 paper towels to dry, by the way, because the bottom is not considered clean. So you have to use a different paper towel to dry the inside and a different one for the outside.
I was watch one of your videos on YouTube. It's,
Mhm.
You show with a real person and you show with a mannequin. I like when you do with the real person because so many patients they have a fake teeth. So to show how you clean the fake teeth and how you use it for cleaning the other teeth. It's usually don't use the brush.
Yeah, we're going to learn how to do denture care. That's on the schedule. We will learn how to do that.
That's the way you put the video right there and you got it there when you got it practice right here.
Right.
So you got it a little more, you know.
Well, the thing is, if I show it on a real person, that means for the test, you're going to do it on a real person. If I show it on a mannequin for the test, you're going to be doing it on a mannequin. My videos are exactly set up the way it's going to be for the state exam. Okay. So when you're watching the videos, if there's a real person in the bed, that means you really should be practicing on a real person. All right. So every skill is going to end with the closing. The first 4 of the closing, the first 4 C's, we don't care what order they're done. Can anybody give me any of them? Comfortable, clean, call light, curtain. Yeah, comfortable, clean, call light, curtain. Very good. Get them out of the way. However you need to do it, get it out of the way. So we want to make sure the environment's clean. Part of that is also making sure that bed is in the low position. We talked a little bit about that, right? Because that moves the floor. When you raise the bed, it moves the floor. And if the patient tries to get out of bed, they expect the floor to be there and it's not. We want to ask about comfort. And part of this is emotional comfort. So we're going to offer a magazine as well. We're going to adjust the head of the bed if they ask. You don't have to like take that extra step and say, do you want the head of the bed adjusted? But you can if you want to. Perfectly okay. We're going to open that privacy curtain and give the patient the call light. Now, when you give them the call light, I want to stop there for just a second. You'll notice as we go through this, I'm going to kind of lay a foundation and then I'll give you a little bit more detail, a little more detail so that you're always learning about these principles as we go. So when we're talking about the call light, it's not enough just to say, there's your call light. You either need to put it near their hand or in most cases in their hand. And if you're working on a weak body part, it's got to be in the stronger hand. Does that make sense? Okay. So you got to pay attention to what's going on with your patient. There are a couple of checkpoints for a few skills that do indicate where that call light needs to go. So stronger hand, always. In the hand is always better than by the hand. But you probably should tell them how to use the call light too. If you need me, press the red button. Okay. explaining to them how to use the call light is just as important as giving them one to begin with. Because if you give them this thing and they don't know how to use it, it doesn't really help. Now, for the test, they either use like a call light simulator, like jump rope or something. Some of them have something that looks more like a call light, like what we have on that bed. It has a little red button on it. Some testing centers, and I do believe that they've stopped this, but some testing centers actually have like a little, the customer service bell, the little bell. They'll put that on the bed.
The other one's like a remote control in the hospital where I work.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So all of those are pretty simple to know how to use. I mean, there's just one button, right? We could all figure out how to hit a bell to summon help, or if there's only one button, hit the button to summon help. Those are simple. But in a hospital setting, they're not always that simple, are they? They come on these big bricks that have a speaker for the TV. It has a couple of buttons on it, has the bed controls. I mean, they are really complex. So in a hospital setting, it would be better to give them instructions on how to use it. To make sure that you know how to use the call light system so you can instruct your patient. Because if you hand an 80-year-old person this big thing with lots of buttons on it, they may not have a clue how to get help using that. So giving instructions is actually pretty important. Okay. After we've done all of that, so we've asked about comfort, we offered a magazine, we made sure the environment is clean, we open the call light or open the curtain, we give them a call light and instructions. After we've done all of that, what's our next step? Clean our hands. Yeah, absolutely. So once we've cleaned our hands, then we can chart if necessary. We can document if we have to. But our steps for the test tell us to end the skill with what kind of hands? So what do we have to do after we document? Wash our hands again, because that's what the checklist calls for. Good. Questions? All right. So we just reviewed the principles that we've learned so far on the back wall. We still have quite a few to go, but now let's kind of jump into skills. So we've learned a couple of skills. So let's see if we remember those skills. Okay. So for mouth care, our patient needs to be in a full upright sitting position. Can we think, oh, that's good enough? No, the bed has to stop moving. What are we going to do to their clothing? Yeah, we're going to protect it. We'll drape a towel over it. We're going to do something to keep that toothpaste from messing them all up. What do we have to do to the toothbrush before we put the toothpaste on it? Always wet your brushes. Yeah. We're going to allow our patient to, what are we going to have them do after we're done brushing? Before they spit? Rinse. Once, twice, as often as they need to. What do you think? Yeah, as much as they need to. The more toothpaste you use, the more rinsing they've got to do. And we're going to leave the patient's face clean and dry. This step right here, actually this last word right here, dry, that is the single most forgotten step for this skill. Yeah, they forget to dry the patient's mouth. How uncomfortable do you think it is to be a patient? Remember, you're going to be a patient for this, right? How uncomfortable do you think it is to be sitting up in bed? Now you're playing the role of a patient, so you can't like blot your face yourself. So some stranger has come along and brushed your teeth for you. And now you're sitting there dripping. How uncomfortable do you think that is? Yeah, don't forget to dry them off. Remember I said on day one that the evaluator is paying attention to the patient, right? They're not paying attention to you. They don't care about you. They're paying attention to the patient. So do you think the evaluator is going to notice that their chin is all wet? Yeah. So your focus on the test should be on the patient, not on your steps, because you will forget to, if you're focusing on steps, you'll forget to dry. You will forget to dry because you've made it all about you. But if you can make that turn in your head and you can look at that patient in the bed, if you can look at them and go, oh, your chin is wet. I have to do something about that. You will do much better on the state exam. Good. Remember, the test is not about you. Never has been, never will be. It's always about the patient. All right, so let's talk about dressing residents. So when we're going to dress a patient, it's really important to ask them what do we need to ask them before we get them dressed? Yeah, what they would like to wear today. Because remember, your clothing choices are an expression of how you feel that day. So we're going to ask them about their clothing preference. What if they describe something totally off the wall?
That's something else, but what they want is what they're gonna.
Right. We can suggest an alternative. Sure. Absolutely. Your white shirt would go nice with that. But if they insist, we're going to say, no problem. Let me get you what you're looking for. Absolutely. So do we get our clothing before or after we undress the patient? Why? Yeah, they're exposed. That's uncomfortable. Remember, there's a stranger in the room. You. It's uncomfortable. When we have to lift a body part, do we lift from above? Do we lift from below? We lift from below. Why?
Like that.
Yeah, support. Absolutely. Oops. Oh, my knee. Uh-oh. Absolutely. We need to support that extremity. We're not the claw machine at Walmart. We don't operate on quarters. All right. When you lift, you always want to support at the joints, always. So providing support is actually a big part of this skill. I know we're talking about dressing, but they're actually grading on this. These are some actual checkpoints that you're being graded on, is providing support. So we have a way to remember how we dress somebody with a weak arm, and it's USA first. Anybody remember what that means? Undress strong arm first, and then dress weak arm first. Very good. Very good. And we don't want to overextend or force movement. Anybody ever dress a child? Little bitty guy? Little bitty guy, right? Have you ever tried to put something like a shirt on a baby and accidentally bend a finger backwards? It happens, doesn't it? I mean, they're wiggly. They're wiggly. And sometimes we aren't paying real close attention to what we're doing because we're distracted or we're in a hurry or something like that. It's really easy to bend somebody's finger back. Well, if we do that on a child, is it possible we might do that on an adult? So we need to understand that that potential exists. So when we're performing this skill, we want to make sure that we're not overextending or forcing joints, because you can dislocate patients' joints by doing something that hurts them. Okay. And we're going to dispose or discard all of our items into the hamper. We don't leave them in the room. We don't put anything on the floor. We don't leave it on the overbed table and say, I'm done. That's part of our closing. Remember I said we have to look around and see if our environment is clean? Well, what I'm really referring to for the test is your overbed table. Make sure that you've taken care of the barrier. Make sure that all the dirty linens have been put away. That's all kind of part of this skill, okay? And it's an actual checkpoint that says that you put all of your items away. It's an actual checkpoint. And then the call light has to go in which hand? Stronger hand. Good. Very good. All right. So we also learned pulse. So this kind of goes along with what we just learned about, supporting extremities, right? So anytime you're taking the pulse, don't have them hold their arm out in midair. How long was that minute? Oh, a long time. trying to hold your arm out in air for a whole minute, your arm will get tired, and that will ultimately affect your heart rate. So you always want to make sure that arm is supported when you're doing this skill. We're always going to report pulse rates over what period of time? So how long are we counting for? 1 full minute, right? But we don't always count for 1 full minute, even though they're reported over a minute, like we did count for a full minute. Sometimes we're going to count for 15 seconds, and then we can multiply that by 4 to get our minute reading. Good? Makes sense? Okay. But they're always reported over 1 full minute. That might be a written test question. Pulse rates are always reported over what time period? Now that's kind of important because let's say that you are going to do a shortcut. You're going to do the 15 seconds because CarePlan didn't tell you to count for 1 full minute. So you know you can take a shortcut. And you come over here and you find her wrist and you count for 15 seconds. And there's my 15 seconds. I got 18. Okay. So if I wrote down 18, that's not a pulse rate. Because pulse rates are between 60 and 100. So if I wrote down 18, that doesn't help me. Doesn't help anybody. You would have to multiply that by 4 to get your reading. Good? Makes sense? Okay. All right. What can you not use to take a pulse? Your thumb. That's right. And if you're going to use your fingers, do you use the flat part of your fingers or your fingertips? The tips, because they're much more sensitive. For the test, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Where's the radial pulse located? At the wrist. Yeah. Where specifically on the wrist?
Under the bone.
Under the bone at the top of the thumb side of the wrist. For the test, you're going to say start when you start counting and stop when you stop counting. Why? Who's counting with you? Yeah, there's an evaluator on the other side of the patient counting with you. And in Florida, we have 2 evaluators. So that means we have to count twice. Yay. All right. So now that we remember all the things that we learned last week, let's move on to today's topic. We're going to go to page, oh, let's cover it up. All right. Hand and nail care. 82. So how do we know what to do with each patient? The care plan. So this care plan at the top, page 82, tells us provide hand and nail care to 1 hand. What if the patient has 2? Yeah, we don't care. We only need 1 because that's what the care plan says. Now, I want you to pay attention. It doesn't tell you right or left. It just says 1 hand. In a clinical setting, if we only want you to do 1 hand, we're going to tell you which one to do. Okay. But for the test, they figure if they watch you wash 1 hand, rinse 1 hand, dry 1 hand, clean under the nails of 1 hand, file the edges of 1 hand, and lotion 1 hand, we don't need to see it on the other side. We know you've got it. This is a time-saving measure. Where do those evaluators want to be? In their pool. They don't want to watch you wash somebody else's hand. As long as they know you got it, we can move on, which is why our care plan says 1 hand. You get to pick which one. Pick one. Doesn't matter. Tells us the patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside and can move as directed. So we can ask them, put your hand in the water, take your hand out of the water, right? We can get them involved in this. It's okay. If you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see that somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill in 11 minutes or less. It's a long time to wash a hand. You got all the time you need to do this skill. Do not rush. If you look a little further, it's going to tell you that this is going to be done on a testing student. So you might be the patient for this particular skill. The patient is positioned in a chair, sitting at the bedside, and charting is not required for this particular skill. But this is a washing skill. It tells us to provide hand and nail care to one hand. That means we're going to wash a hand, rinse a hand, dry a hand. We're going to clean under the edge of the nails, and we're going to file the nails to fix any rough edges that may exist. Okay. But there's a couple things you need to know about washing, right? We have to learn washing here. So let's go back to page 80. And I'm going to explain to you about washing. We actually have a principle for this called washing rules. So just like all of our other principles, these are rules that's going to govern anything that we wash. So the first rule is that basins are no soap zones. What I mean by that is if you remember, we have to wash and rinse. Okay. If you put soap in the water, in the basin of water, you have nothing to rinse with because now your rinse water is soapy. How do you rinse with soapy water? You can't. So it's important to understand that we don't put soap in the water. That's actually a rule. We're going to put soap on the washcloth. So we're going to get our washcloth wet, wring it out really good because we don't want drippy, wet washcloths dripping over everything. And we're going to put soap directly on the washcloth. We'll use the washcloth to wash a body part, set it aside, and now we still have clean water left to rinse. Good? So basins are no soap zones. It's a very important principle. But when we're going to do this particular a washing skill, I want to go all the way back to the beginning, right? We have a care plan that we have to follow. We've read the care plan. We know what we're doing. We do our opening, knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I need to do hand and nail care. Is that okay? Awesome. I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands. After I've washed my hands, I'm going to go get my barrier. I'm going to think about the supplies that I need, and I'm going to go get all of those supplies. I'm going to determine if I need gloves and get them if I need them, right? So I've got all of this stuff gathered. So on my table, I have 2 washcloths, one to wash, one to rinse. I've got a towel because we have to dry. I've got a basin, no water yet. I've got an emery board, an orange stick, soap, and lotion. So a lot of supplies here. And I have to go get water in my basin. So I'm going to pick the basin up and go over to the sink. Now, I've washed my hands because I did my opening. I washed my hands, and all I have touched so far are clean supplies. Can I touch that faucet with my bare hands? So what do I need to turn the faucet on? Yeah, a dry, clean paper towel. So I'm going to get a paper towel and turn my faucet on. I'm going to feel the water with the inside of my wrist. So I'm going to put my wrist in the water. It should feel warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. Good. But just because I think it's comfortable doesn't mean my patient is necessarily going to agree. And that's the important principle we have to learn for this skill. Okay. So I'm going to stop for just a second on this. And we're going to talk about changes in aging with the skin system. Remember, you guys are going to read chapter 4 tonight, right? So this is going to kind of go into chapter 4. So let me explain to you how this works. I got to sit, guys. I'm sorry. My knee is not going to support me anymore today. All right. So have you ever seen an older person's hand? You ever seen an older person's hand? Yeah. Right. So my hand, if you look at my skin, right, you don't really see my veins too well. I'm getting older, so I'm not gonna be able to use this very much longer. But if you look, you can kind of see my veins a little bit here. they're kind of poking up a little bit, but for the most part on my arms, you can't really see a whole lot, right? That's because I've got skin, fat, muscle, blood vessels, nerves. Okay. That's how the layers go. So that fat layer is what we're going to talk about right now, because that fat layer is way more important than you think it is. What temperature do you think this room is? Roughly?
Now I think it's like a 70.
Okay, let's just say 75. Okay, we'll use an easy number here. About 75 degrees. What temperature do you think it is outside? Yeah, it's in the 80s, and it's going to get really hot today. It's probably going to hit 90 today. So it's pretty hot out there, right? All right, so we like it in here because it's a little bit cooler. That's a little too hot, right? What do you think normal body temperature is? Yeah, 98.6 is what we use as a benchmark. It's actually a range, 97.6 to 99.6. So somewhere in that range is considered normal. Now, wait a minute. We just said that 80 was hot, 90 was hot, 98. How would you classify that? Really hot. But if you reach over and touch her, she is 98.6 degrees. Sitting there. She's hot, right? Because our bodies have to operate in a very narrow window. And in fact, if your body falls below 95 degrees, if your body temperature falls below 95 degrees, you could die. That is how specific our body temperature range is. So everybody good with that? Okay. Now the principle here is that room temperature always wins. Okay, I want you to remember that. Room temperature always wins. If you take a pizza out of the oven, right? You make a pizza, from a box in the oven. You take it out. It's hot, isn't it? It's hot. So you put it on the counter or on top of your stove. What is it going to stay that hot forever? What happens to it? It cools. It cools down to room temperature. It won't ever cool below that. So room temperature always wins. If you have something in the refrigerator that's cold and you take it out of the refrigerator and put it on the counter, does it stay that cold? No. What does it do? It warms up to room temperature. So room temperature always wins. Everybody got that? Doesn't matter whether something's hot or whether something's cold. Room temperature always wins. So what temperature do we need to be at? If you're at room temperature, you're dead. Because remember I said if you go below 95, you could die, right? What's our room temperature in here? About 75, right? Room temperature always wins, but our body can't go below 95. So there is a battle going on, right? Room temperature always wins, but your body is trying to keep it from winning. So your body has to generate heat in order to keep you at 98.6 degrees. Does that make sense? Because room temperature always wins. So that means your body has to work just like your oven to heat things up and to keep them hot. Good? You guys get that? It's important. So most of the food that you eat, most of the calories that you burn is nutrition is part of it, but most of it is to give you something to generate heat. Because if you can't generate heat, room temperature is going to win. And if you drop below 95, what happens? Are you starting to see that this is an epic life and death battle? Right? Room temperature always wins. So your body has to generate heat to keep that from happening. Now, that's a lot of work for your body. It's like your oven running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, never gets to stop. It's a lot of energy. What would happen to your electric bill if you ran your oven 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Yeah, you wouldn't be able to afford it, right? The electric company would love you. Okay, that's the way your body works. Your body has to produce heat 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that bill is expensive for your body. So your body has a way of combating that. It puts a layer of fat, like a wetsuit, between your skin and your muscles, so that when we generate heat, that layer of fat helps keep it inside. So now your body doesn't have to work as hard to maintain that temperature, like a wetsuit. Make sense? That layer of fat also helps shield us from extreme outside temperatures, like a wetsuit. So it keeps our body heat in and it helps keep outside temperatures out. Make sense? So overall, that layer of fat's doing a really good job. The problem is, as we age, that layer of fat goes away. They lose their wetsuit. And if you've ever seen an older person's arms, you actually see this, because where my arm, I have that layer of fat. An older person's arms, you would actually see the veins like ropes under their skin, and it looks like it's skin over bone, right? Not a whole lot there. Well, that's because they've lost that layer of fat. So what do you think is going to happen to their body temperature if they don't have that layer of fat to help keep that body heat in? It's going to drop. So our older patients often have lower temperatures when we take their temperature. Does that make sense? Okay. But it also affects how the patient feels temperature outside of themselves too. Have you ever heard an older patient say, yeah, I can't live up north anymore, it's too cold? That's because they perceive the cold different from you, because they don't have that protection to help keep the cold out. So that means when they're in the colder environments, they have to use more energy to create more heat, because they're not able to retain the heat that they create. So that means they have to work harder. Are you with me so far? So that layer of fat, pretty important, isn't it? It helps keep our body temperature stable, and it helps keep outside temperatures from affecting us. Good? But wait, there's more. Have you ever walked into an older person's house and you're like, oh my gosh, Grandma, it's hot in here. Why do you have a sweater on? It is hot in here, right? That's because their body isn't as efficient at retaining the heat inside. So they feel colder quicker. So if they're in a warmer environment, their body doesn't have to work as hard, right? Good. So we need to understand this, because when we go into long-term care with elderly patients and we see all these patients lining down the hallway, sitting in their little wheelchairs with sweaters on, we might think, oh, it's way too hot for that. Let me take your sweater from you. I don't want you to overheat. Don't. Because they actually aren't in danger of overheating. They're in danger of hypothermia. We like to keep our environments a little bit cooler for us because we're younger, we're active, we're, running around, taking care of all these patients. So the environment is cooler than they would like. So they're going to need some extra protection. Good? Questions?
I've always heard that taking blood thinners can also make you feel colder. Is that true?
It is. But it actually works on a little bit different mechanism. And it has to do with the distribution of blood through the capillaries, which are surface vessels, and that's what releases heat. So it has to do more with that than with what we're kind of taught with the fat, the protection mechanisms.
So then the elderly person who's on blood thinners would have two things working against them.
Yeah, absolutely. And they can feel quite chilly. And you're like, oh, it's too hot. Right. So right here in this room, we're actually experiencing this right now, because before I sat down, I was up and active. I'm moving around. You guys are sitting at the tables. Do you think that I perceive the temperature in here the same that you do? No, which is why all of you have jackets on and I don't. Okay. Does that make sense? So we need to be aware of this. This is actually going to influence how we care for our patients. If we're not aware of this, then we might actually make some decisions that could hurt our patients down the road. So remember, older patients are not going to perceive temperature the same way you do. They're going to have to work harder to maintain their body temperature, and they'll probably need some extra protection along the way. Good. You also need to remember that room temperature always wins. Always. The colder it is, the colder your patient's going to be. Now, there's one more part of this that we haven't even touched, and that's the perception of water temperature. Because you are feeling water temperature through a layer of fat that's protecting you. So when you put your wrist underneath the water and you feel that water, it might feel perfectly okay for you. Perfectly happy. But you take it over to the patient and they may not have the same reaction to it. So anytime that we get water, we're going to feel it. It should feel warm, not cold, not hot, just warm. And most importantly, we can't trust us. So who else needs to check that water temperature? Always, always, always have the patient check the water temperature, because you are not a good judge of that temperature. I'll give you a story about this. Long time ago, when I was working in long-term care, I had a CNA that was helping with showers, and she wasn't, our shower aide was out. She didn't normally do showers, but she was kind of stepping in and helping with showers this day. And I hear this blood curdling scream come from the shower room, and then more screams. And I go in to find out what's going on. And the patient is in a shower chair, combative, pushing and kicking and hitting and just trying to get away from the CNA. And the CNA is getting very flustered and frustrated because she's trying to bathe the patient. And the room is just full of steam, right? That just kind of makes everything even worse. And I'm like, stop. I threw a bath blanket over the patient to get them, for their body temperature, because she's naked in a wet environment. This is not good, especially if they're combative, because that's just prolonging the problem. I'm like, what is going on? And the patient's shrieking, it's too hot, it's too hot, it's too hot. And I look over, there's steam in the shower room. I'm like, how hot is that water? And the CNA's like, well, I don't know, just water temperature. And I'm like, how hot do you like your shower? She says, steamy hot. I said, well, the patient doesn't. You're not being bathed. The patient is. We need to do what's comfortable for them, not us. The CNA had never thought about that. She thought everybody liked steamy hot showers. Now, how do you think that the patient with no wetsuit on, remember, how do you think that steamy hot shower felt to them? Like boiling water. Yeah, painful. Absolutely. No wonder that patient was screaming. I would too. Right? So if your patient is giving you a cue that all is not well, Should we fight with them or should we stop and figure out what the problem is and fix it? Yeah, listen to them. And this CNA wasn't really good at listening to the patients. Remember, help isn't help if it's not helping. Right? Help isn't help if it's not helping. And in this situation, we were not helping the patient. We were checking a task off a list. That wasn't helping the patient. So remember, don't get so focused on your task that you forget who we're doing these tasks on. Right? Does that make sense? So our overriding principle here, the one thing that we absolutely positively have to remember more than anything else is that we check the water temperature and they check the water temperature. And if they say, oh no, it's too hot, what do we do? If they say, oh no, it's too cold, what do we do? Do we argue with them? Do we try to convince them that they don't know what they're talking about? We listen and then we respond. Good. For the test, the evaluator is going to dip their finger into that water to see if it's really appropriate. So for the test, don't fake this. There is hot water in the testing center. You need to make sure it's warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. Good. Okay. Now, if you're doing a long scale that's taking forever and that water cools down, what do you think you should do? Yeah, warm it up, get some new water. If you're halfway through the skill and that water has cooled down and it is no longer comfortable, do not use that water on the patient. Change the water if it becomes cold or if it gets soapy, because you remember you have to have clean water for rinsing. Good? Questions? Are you starting to see it's all about the patient? It's not about the steps. It'll never be about the steps. If you're focusing on the steps, you miss the point. It's about the patient. All right. When we are washing, you already know this. I don't have to explain this to you, but you'll forget during the test, unfortunately. When you take a shower, you get in, you wet, you soap, and then what do? You rinse, right? You would never step out of the shower being all soapy head to toe with shampoo in your hair. It just wouldn't even dawn on you, would it? Because you're not done. You have to rinse. And then when you get out of the shower, you've all rinsed off, you turn the shower off, you get out, what do? You dry off, right? Those steps are pretty simple. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. You know these steps. You do them all the time. This is nothing new for you. The problem is when you're doing them on somebody else, you'll forget. You will forget. And it's amazing how many people forget to rinse. Now, what effect do you think that has on the patient? What if we leave soap on the skin of a patient? What does that do to them? It irritates. It actually gets very itchy and it dries the skin horribly. Horribly. So this has a long-term effect on the patient. So do you think it'll affect your score? So whatever we wash, whatever we rinse, when you're doing the skill, I want you to say that in your head. If you're putting soap on the washcloth, in your head, you don't have to say it out loud, but in your head, I want you to say, whatever I wash, I rinse, so that you don't forget to rinse. And then after you rinse, I want you to say, whatever I rinse, I dry, so you don't forget to dry. Trust me, you will forget during the test because you're all wrapped up in you. It's just the way it is. So if you say that order in your head, it'll keep you from making these mistakes. Now, I've been doing this for 15 years. I've been preaching this for probably about 12. Whatever you wash, you rinse. Whatever you rinse, you dry, right? Had a student come in about 6 months ago and she's like, I am so embarrassed. I said, why? She said, I failed the state exam. I said, what happened? She says, well, you know how you tell us to say in our brains, whatever you wash, you rinse, whatever you rinse, you dry. Yeah, I thought that was stupid and I didn't do it. Didn't do it. And I said, what do you mean you thought that was stupid? She says, well, of course you're going to, wash and rinse and dry. I mean, I just thought that was stupid. So I didn't say it to myself during the test and I forgot to rinse and dry. She said, I was so wrapped up in what I was doing, I forgot to rinse and dry. And it failed her. She says, next time I'm going to say it in my head. Whatever I wash, I rinse. Whatever I rinse, I dry, because it will keep you on track. Okay. When you're doing these skills, try not to get your surface wet, whether it's the table. If we're doing hand and nail care, we have a barrier in place. Whether it's the floor, if we're doing foot care, we want a barrier in place. Whether it's the bed, when we're doing partial bed bath, we need a towel in place. Whether it's the bed for peri care, let's put a chucks there. Or for catheter care, let's put a chucks there. You could use a towel if you want to, but we want to protect our surfaces from getting wet. So either a chucks or a towel will work. And then if we're going to apply lotion anywhere, we want to make sure that we warm that lotion up first. Now, we used to put the bottle in the water and just let it bob around, but that doesn't ever get the lotion warm. It doesn't, because it's just going to affect the outside edges of the lotion, what's in the bottle, right? That's all that the water is ever going to get warm. When we squeeze a lotion bottle, where does the lotion come from? The outside edges or the middle? And it's not warm. So throwing your lotion bottle in the water doesn't really get it warm. The best way to warm something up, what temperature are we? 98.6. We are hot. So put some lotion in your hand, rub it together with some friction, and now you have warm lotion. Best way to warm lotion up. Okay. But once we put lotion on, your skin can only absorb so much. Whatever's left is just going to lay on the surface of the skin, and it makes it slippery. So if we're going to put lotion on, we rub it in, and then we have to wipe off the excess. Because if we leave lotion on a hand and it goes to pick up a cup of hot coffee, what could happen? Yeah, and now our patient is burned. And that's no good. Good? Okay. So this is a graphic that kind of explains the skin changes of aging. So you can see when we're younger, we have much thicker layers for all of our different layers, the skin, the fat, the muscle. As we age, the skin gets thinner and drier. The fat layer goes away, gets resorbed, and even our muscle shrinks, atrophies. So we have less protection between the outside world and our nerves. And remember, the nerves are what's going to interpret temperature, and there's just less there. So we need to be aware of those changes. All right, so if you go back to page 82, let's talk about this particular skill and the checkpoints that are involved. So when we are doing hand and nail care, we are going to support the wrist and arm at all times. Well, we already know that, right? You always have to support extremities. We've learned that. We're going to soak the hand in water. We're going to wash, rinse, and dry the hand, right? Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. We're going to put the hand on the towel and use the beveled edge of our orange stick to clean under the nails. Now, so we've washed, we've rinsed, we've dried. We now have the hand on a towel on the table. We're ready to get started with the cleaning part. And we're going to use an orange stick. This is an orange stick. Has a beveled end and a pointy end. We're going to use the beveled end like a scoop. We're going to insert it just under the edge of the nail and circle it around to get any dirt out from under the nails. But now I've got dirt on my orange stick. Do I want to put it under another nail? I want to wipe it off on the towel that's right there under their hand. And I'm going to clean under the second nail. I'll wipe that off. clean under the third nail, wipe that off, clean under the fourth nail, wipe that off, and clean under the last nail. And now I'm done with this. Set it aside. Then I'm going to pick up my emery board. We're not going to use this the way you use it at home. So at home, I would take one of these and I would just go rub it back and forth across the surface of my nail, right? That's what we do. The problem is, as we get older, our nails get brittle. And when we go back and forth, what that does is it takes this edge of the nail and pulls it this way. And then when I go back, it takes this edge of the nail and pulls it this way. And that constant pulling can actually cause the nail to split right down the middle. It's called a shearing force. And it's not good when you have brittle nails. So instead of doing that, we're going to take our emery board and we're just going to go toward the center on each side, one direction. See the difference? Now across the middle, because we've pushed both up to a point, we're just going to go across in one direction. Get that point down. Now, CNAs do not use nail clippers. Nail clippers are advanced pieces of medical machinery you're not allowed to touch, right? And I know that sounds kind of silly because you have them at home. They sell them everywhere. Well, the problem is when you're working with nail clippers, it's really, really easy to, unfortunately, clip the skin next to the nail if you're not super careful. So there's several conditions that can actually prevent healing with cuts and things like that. So CNAs don't use nail clippers. And the thing is, you don't need nail clippers if you're filing on a regular basis. This is preventative. It keeps the nails from getting long. If you have long nails, that means that nobody has been filing them down on a regular basis. Good. So this beats nail clippers any day of the week. So the orange stick, the beveled end is what we're going to use to clean the nails, wiping off in between. The emery board in one direction only is what we're going to use to keep the nails at a generally acceptable length. Good. Questions? And then once we've done that, we're going to apply our lotion last. We're going to warm that lotion up, wipe it on all surfaces, and then use that towel to wipe off the excess lotion. After we do that, we're going to clean up everything. We're going to clean our basin the same way we always clean our basin. We're going to dump it, rinse it, set it down, use a paper towel to pick it up, paper towel to dry the inside, paper towel to dry the outside, and one to open the drawer to store it. You're going to see that over and over and over. We're going to clean everything off of our table, put the dirty linens in, dirty linen. Good. And then we'll do our closing. This is a longer skill. Takes a little bit of time to do this. But your patient is sitting. It's fairly comfortable. Have a conversation or just tell them what you're doing. That's fine. But it's not a hard skill to do. Good? Questions? I'm going to show you the video for this one because it has good close-ups of the cleaning under the nails and filing. Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Wonderful. I need to do hand and nail care on one hand. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm gonna close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands and then I'll gather my supplies.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna start with a barrier. So I'll place a barrier on the table and that will give me a place to set your clean supplies. And then I'm going to gather a basin, soap, and lotion. An orange stick and emery board. Two washcloths. And a towel. I'm gonna go get some water in the basin.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature, make sure it's okay? Is it good?
Yes.
Okay, you can submerge your hand in there if you'd like,
Okay.
and I'll bring that tray a little bit closer to you.
Thank you.
Is that comfortable?
Yeah.
I'm gonna place the washcloths in here, and we'll wet one of the washcloths and use it to get your hand wet. Now I'm gonna place your hand over here on the towel. Place it to the washcloth. And now I'm gonna wash all surfaces of your hand, including in between the fingers, in this area between the thumb and the forefinger. You're gonna turn your hand over now and wash the palm of your hand. Now we're gonna place your hand back in the basin to rinse. Okay, I'm gonna bring your hand over here to dry. I'm gonna dry between the fingers. And I'm gonna turn your hand over and dry the palm of the hand as well. Okay. Now we'll take the orange stick and I'm gonna clean under each nail. Just cleaning the edge. Does that hurt?
No.
We'll wipe the orange stick on a towel in between each finger. And now I'm going to file any rough edges. So I'll file from the outer edge to the middle. Checking each nail for any rough edges. And now we can apply lotion. So I'll get a little lotion, warm it up in my hands, and apply it to all surfaces of the hand. Is that good?
Good.
Okay. Now we'll wipe off the lotion. How's that?
Great.
Wonderful. I'm going to place my soiled linens in dirty linen container and then clean up my workspace. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, on the way, we'll pick up the soap and the lotion and place them in the basin. We'll use the paper towel to open the door. Place the basin in. These items will get thrown away. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I offer you a magazine?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call line is right there. Please use it to call me if you have a need. I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right. Any questions? Any questions on hand and nail care?
When you said that, with elderly people, their skin is a lot thinner, so you just gotta be careful to, pat and not.
Right. Very gentle touch. And that's why we generally pat dry rather than. You can use short, soft strokes as well, but you don't want to do anything vigorous.
And also if, say, like if that person had like a scrape or a bruise or something, you would use gloves.
Right. Anytime there's any skin opening, right? Non-intact skin. So that's one of our 3 glove rules. If there's non-intact skin, then we need gloves.
No matter how small or.
Right.
No matter what.
Right. Because if you remember the chain of infection,
Mhm.
right? Our chain of infection, we have a causative agent, we have a host or reservoir, and then we have a portal of exit. So any scratch, scrape, wound, sore, any skin opening is going to be a portal of exit. So if you're going to be around any portals of exit, and that includes ones that you're born with, like your eyes, your nose, your mouth, you would need gloves. Okay. Bruising, though, is not open skin, right? There's nothing getting out, nothing leaking. So bruising wouldn't necessarily need gloves. But if the skin is really, really dry and fragile and mushy, then you probably would want to, because just because the skin is so fragile, you may break it when you're cleaning. Okay, good. Questions? Questions on hand and nail care? No? Okay, do me a favor, go to page 61 for me. So medical abbreviations aren't, a lot of people spend a lot of time on medical terminology and abbreviations. That's not what the test is really testing you on, because it's not really in the CNA scope of practice, right? But you do need to have a passing awareness of them. And they do help when you're taking report and giving report to other CNAs or to the medical team. So it is helpful to know medical abbreviations, but the biggest thing that I want to explain to you is that if you're not sure what a medical abbreviation means, do not guess. You need to ask somebody, even if it makes you feel stupid. You're like, hey, I don't remember what BRP stands for. I just, what is that again? You need to clarify. Don't assume. And I'm going to give you a story about this. Real life story, true. We, I own the retail store next door, scrub store, and we have people come in from all over our area and shop. And I've owned it for 17 years now, so I know a lot of our shoppers. I was standing behind the register. This is many years ago, many years ago. And a nurse came in. She worked in a cardiac cath lab in a hospital down in Tampa. And her name is Kathy, and or we're going to call her Kathy. And she said, I got a story for you. And I said, okay, what happened? She said that she went up to get a patient. It was like 5 o'clock in the morning, a little before 5 a.m. Patient was their first case of the day. Doctor was scrubbing, getting ready for the procedure. She goes up to get the patient and bring him down. And when she enters the patient room, he's sitting up in bed eating. Now, the patient was NPO, and NPO means nothing by mouth. The patient's sitting up in bed eating, and it's like 5 o'clock in the morning. It's not even breakfast time. So she goes out to the nurse's station. She's like, who's the nurse in charge of this patient? And they said, oh, he's got a student nurse today. So she says, where's the student? She goes and finds the student. She said, and this is the conversation as it was relayed to me. So I'm going to play both parts of the conversation. The patient's NPO or the patient is scheduled for a cardiac cath and he's NPO. Student nurse says, I know. The nurse says, then why is the patient eating? Student nurse says, because he's NPO. Nurse says, what do you think NPO means? Student nurse, bananas, pineapples, and oranges. I went and got the tray special. So now the cardiac cath nurse, patient can't have their procedure. So that means that patient is in desperate risk of dying before the procedure, because a cardiac cath is a serious procedure designed to identify blockages that could potentially kill the patient. This is not an elective opportunity. This is not just a little off, the side, or it's not elective. This is life and death. Now the patient cannot have the procedure done. They have to wait. She's got to go back down to the cardiac cath lab and tell that doctor that his first case can't be done. So he is going to sit there for 45 minutes, unproductive time, until the next case can be scheduled. How happy do you think that doctor was? So you got a patient at risk and you've got a doctor with nothing to do. All because a student nurse didn't know what NPO meant and made it up. This is real life, people. Don't make stuff up. That is a real scenario that happened. Don't make stuff up. If that student nurse didn't know what NPO was, what should they have done? Ask. Yeah, absolutely. Uncle Google is your friend. You've got a dictionary right in your pocket at all times. Absolutely. But to make something up, put everybody in the team at a disadvantage. And ultimately, it could cost the patient their life. This is important. So you do need to know a few medical abbreviations. So if you look at page 62, I've created a list for you of the most commonly used medical abbreviations for CNAs. I know you look at this list, go, oh my gosh, do I have to learn all these? And the answer is, you should. You should. I've got an activity there on page 63 that will help you. Most of them are pretty easy once you get into it, but there's a couple that I want to explain to you. So the first thing that you need to understand about medical abbreviations is about half of them are not abbreviated English. The student nurse didn't understand NPO because it wasn't abbreviated English. She tried to make it abbreviated English. It's not. It's abbreviated Latin, because Latin is the language of science and medicine is science. So a lot of these, when you look at it, you're going to be like, wait a minute, why is PRN as needed? That doesn't make any sense. There's no English words that I could put together to make that mean as needed. That's because it's not English, it's Latin. So you just need to memorize it. PRN is Latin for as needed. And most of your very first CNA jobs are going to be on a PRN basis. They're not going to give you full time right out of the gate. They have no idea who you are and what you're about. They're going to give you some trials. So a PRN position is kind of like a working interview. They're going to pay you. They're going to hire you. You'll get a badge. But if they don't like you, they aren't putting you back on the schedule. They didn't fire you. They don't have to go through all that paperwork. They're just not going to schedule you anymore. Okay, as needed. Stat, again, is abbreviated Latin. And then we get into the BID, TID, QID, QH, Q2H, and so on. And those make absolutely no sense in English because they're not English. They have everything to do with Latin. So let me explain to you how you decipher this. I'm going to make it super easy. How many wheels does a bicycle have? That's what the bi stands for. So bi means 2. How many wheels does a tricycle have? 3. That's what the tri stands for. So T stands for tri. So TID would be 3 times a day. Make sense? It's Latin. We use Latin a lot. We just don't realize we use it. Like bicycle. Literally in Latin, it means 2 wheels. That's what it means in Latin. Tricycle, 3 wheels. Right. QH would be every hour. Q means every. Q is for quake, which is every. Hora, which is hour. So QH is every hour. You may have a patient that has to get out of bed every hour. So we would abbreviate that OOBQH. OOB is English, QH is Latin. See why this can get really confusing, right? So it is best if you make some flashcards and memorize these. But the activity there on page 63, these are actual real world examples of how these would be used. And you can look at the worksheet and go back and forth. So you can kind of do a working learning activity. Okay, good. All right, the ones you absolutely positively need to know before you graduate. I'm going to go down the first column with you. Are you ready? Put a little dot or star or highlight or something. The first 4, PRN, STAT, BID, and TID. You need to know those. Go down a little bit more, QH, and then all the other Qs, Q2H, Q3H, Q4H. Once you learn QH, the rest of them kind of follow. And then go down to under activities of daily living. Ad lib, you need to know. A&O, you need to know. Oh, we like those patients. A&O means alert and oriented. You guys are all A&O. You are alert and oriented. You know who you are, where you are, and when you are. We like those. Not all your patients will be A&O. We actually call it A&O times 3. That who you are, where you are, and when you are. That's the 3. Okay. ADLs, because that's what we do. We already know that one, or you should. Keep going down a little bit more to I&O, NPO, OOB, and PPE. I should make a rap song. Those are the ones that you absolutely need to know. Okay, so not too many, not too bad. But if you know these, it makes giving and getting report way easier. Good? Questions? Questions? All right, let's go ahead and take our break. Come back at 5 till. Okay, yeah. Mariah, thank you for your scores. I appreciate it.
Sí, ¿te acuerdas que yo fue de Monterrey que se me dieron muchas cosas? Sí, yo estoy en el proceso de Thank you. Yo soy una mujer que no quería y por eso entonces el frío y al final I learned after because my like on my ear like I want coming from the city that they were going in the city. Sí, I said I did. No sé qué hacer esto. Una de las enfermeras que trabaja con CNA me dice, mira, cuando pongas el estetoscopio en la parte de ahí, cuando te llegue la parte de arriba, tienes que poner el estetoscopio aquí. Aquí no se me está nada. No, yo no te dije por eso. Nada,
No, pero como ya dije, tenemos unos datos complejos, tenemos posibilidad, pero buscando tanto un seguimiento. Como de muerte, raro como se siente. Hay servicios ya apropiados, installation, instalación. Que hayan puedan más algo el agua. Website como un pañuelo que pueden lado de la cama
Yeah, I think people are something going on.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have the information, they know I'm not gonna do it.
but the
You can
business
do
is
a
in
shot.
and people have design around this for a patient to have for the flower to for the color. So in green, it's like a tail, and blue.
That's
And then it's but this is supposed to say for the one, for the brown one,
like, I'm not even my dad.
Oh, yeah.
I will go down.
Yeah, face, skill. So, keeping this, more, by one, yeah.
When I was in school, like I did. Yeah. I'm probably going to now.
Yeah.
I found last year that I'm
Because they're families, the one from
the studio, but.
la una.
Yeah. I won't even know. I don't know. They don't, they have so many places. I was supposed to go to, I did it online. I don't wanna know what the He's going to work on your program high school, you also have some. They made it in a hospital. They made it in a hospital. What school did you do?
Are you still go to the college?
No, I'm not.
Yeah. The good thing is you don't have to go out. TV or something like that. It's a way of.
Okay, let's go to page 100 in your white book. Okay, we're gonna learn how to make an occupied bed. An occupied bed means somebody is already in it. If possible, it is always best to make an unoccupied bed. So if your patient is out of bed in the shower or for a test or in a chair, and you know that the sheets need to be changed, that's the time to do it. Whenever possible, bless you, make an unoccupied bed. So my rule of thumb is if I walk by a bed and it doesn't have a body in it, chances are I'm going to take 2 minutes out and change sheets. It's just a good rule of thumb because it takes a whole lot longer to change a bed when somebody's in it. In fact, if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see it's going to take somebody with your level of experience about 14 minutes to get this done. I can change an unoccupied bed in about 2. It's a huge time difference. But it's also a huge energy drain on a patient. If they cannot get out of bed, that means that they're very weak or they're injured or they're fatigued. This patient is going to have to roll a lot to get this skill done, and that's more energy that's required. So when you have a patient who is in bed and we're changing the sheets, you need to be mindful of the energy that's required by the patient to get this done. Good? That's why it's always better to make an unoccupied bed. But there are situations that you're going to find yourself in where you're going to have to change the sheets and the patient's still going to be there. So we have to learn how to do this. This isn't a hard skill. You're going to change the bottom sheet a half at a time. So we're gonna change the bottom sheet on one side of the bed. Take the old one, roll the old one off and put the new one on. And then we'll go to the other side of the bed and finish changing that bottom sheet. So we're just gonna change the bottom sheet a half at a time. Top sheet's easy. You just take it off, put it on. I mean, the top sheet's easy. It's the bottom sheet that's kind of a little bit difficult with this. Good? So let's look at the care plan at the top of page 100. It says, change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. Resident can roll and move as directed, but cannot get out of bed. A bedspread, blanket, draw sheet, or underpad is not required for this skill. So all we're doing is changing a bottom sheet, a top sheet, and a pillowcase. It's pretty easy from our standpoint. Now the pillow should remain on the bed until you have to remove it to replace the pillowcase. So don't take the pillow completely off the bed and have the head just kind of flopping, right? Keep the pillow on the bed until you get ready to change the pillowcase, then take it away briefly, change the pillowcase, and put it right back. You want to limit the amount of time that that pillow is not under the head. So good? So what we're going to remember for this particular skill is right there in the second column. And I'm going to give you a different way to remember this. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. So the second column on page 100. Another way of saying this is dirty rolls toward the patient, clean rolls toward you. Good. Okay. So in order to understand a little bit about this, let's go to page 92. We're going to talk about linen rolls. We already know some of this. We've talked about some of this. We know that linens must not touch your uniform. We've heard that before, right? We know that you have to have clean hands to get your clean linens. That's part of the opening. You have to wash your hands before you get your supplies. We already know that. We also know not to shake or snap linens. We've heard that before too. So you already know most of this principle. We're also going to learn clean rolls toward you and dirty rolls away. Okay, good. When you do that, when you roll clean toward you and dirty away, what it does is limit the amount of what we call direct pathogen transfer. So this is a little misleading, a little bit misleading, because oh good, you're welcome. This is a little bit misleading because if we have a soiled bottom sheet and we have a patient, which is what made that sheet soiled to begin with, right? So we have a patient on a sheet. Got it? So far? Okay. What we want to try to do is prevent the pathogens on the surface of the sheet from dirtying the new one, right? So I really don't want the surface that the patient's going to be laying on, the top of the sheet, to come into direct contact with the top of the sheet. Make sense? Okay, the problem is, what was this? The patient is the thing that made the sheet dirty to begin with, and the patient is still in the bed. So the bottom sheet, even when we put the new one on, is still in contact with the, yeah, you're not going to get perfect, guys. This is not a sterile process by any means because the patient is still in bed. Does that make sense? So all we're trying to do is lessen the amount of transfer. We're trying to reduce it. The way that we do that, so we have a patient on a sheet. If I roll this sheet toward the patient, you see this surface is rolling in, right? So that means that what's facing up here is the underside of the sheet. Now, if I do the same thing with this one, but roll it toward me, what's facing up is the underside of the sheet. So clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. And when I tuck this one underneath that one, we don't have direct pathogen transfer. Good? Make sense? That's why we do it that way. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. That way the undersides of the sheet is all that's touching. Now, what if this sheet, this soiled sheet is wet? Stuff is soaked all the way through it. Well, if I put this sheet underneath that one, I'm going to get this one wet too, and that's not going to do anybody any good. So what I could do for this one is take a chucks. Remember, waterproof, absorbent. Roll it toward the patient just like we would, and then wrap that chucks around it. So that when I put this one underneath, it prevents that liquid leaking through. Good? Questions? Now, if this care plan, the one that we're working on right now, this care plan only tells us to put a bottom sheet on the bed, right? Bottom sheet, top sheet, pillowcase. It actually tells us that a draw sheet or a chucks or a bedspread isn't required. It's gonna make it super easy. But what if we did need to put a chucks on the bed? Or we needed a draw sheet. Now a draw sheet is a top sheet, this thing right here, this top sheet. But instead of having it all the way open, I fold it in half lengthwise, so long ways. And I put it under the patient on top of the bottom sheet. And then if I need to move the patient, I can use it as a sling. Because the top edge, the folded edge goes like right under the shoulders. The bottom edge or the two pieces goes right around mid-thigh is where it's gonna land. So if I need to move the patient, I could literally use that sheet as a sling, get another person to help me, to lift the patient up and move them where I need to move them. That's a draw sheet. So if I need to put a draw sheet or a chucks on the bed, I'm going to roll my dirty sheet toward the patient, just like we would, right? I'm going to take my clean bottom sheet and I'm going to lay it on the bed, kind of stretched out. I'm going to put whatever I need extra, whether it's a draw sheet or a chucks, on there. And then I'm going to roll the whole thing toward me. Good? Questions? That process is on page 101 at the bottom. Is everybody good so far? All right, let's talk about the rest of linen rules. All right. So when you take your sheets off at home, when you change your sheets, you probably, if you're anything like me, take the sheets off the bed and throw them on the floor. That's what I do, right? We can't do that in a clinical setting. Oops, I've got my mic here. We can't do that in a clinical setting because all kinds of people walk on this floor. And we don't want the patient pathogens transferred onto the floor. That's not good for anybody. So we don't throw anything on the floor, whether it's clean or dirty. The floor is kind of like, you ever remember playing that the floor is lava game, right? Well, in this case, the floor is lava for anything clean or dirty. We can't put it on the floor. So if that's what we do at home and we can't do that here, that means we have to have a process. What do we do? Well, in a clinical setting, we don't have hampers in the room. Like in here, in our area, we have a hamper in this little patient scenario room, right? We have one here. But in a clinical setting, you're not going to. We don't put hampers in patient environments because we don't like dirty things in the same place as our patient. That's just not a good idea. So you won't have hampers in the room in a clinical space. They'll usually be in the hallway. Some places will actually have a separate room for everything dirty called soiled utility. And that's where we put everything dirty. Because, you know, in a clinical space, we don't like our dirty stuff mixed with all of our clean stuff. We have to have a special room for it. Good? Well, we don't want to take the sheets off the bed and have to carry them one by one out in the hallway or to a whole nother room. That's not effective. It's not going to work. So if we don't have a hamper and we don't want to carry this stuff around the facility piece by piece, we got to have a place to put it. In most clinical settings, that is going to be a soiled utility bag. And it'll actually, it's light blue. Most of them are light blue. And it actually is stamped. It says soiled utility right on the bag. So you need to go get that first before you go into the patient room. Go get your soiled utility bag, come in, do your opening, wash your hands, get your supplies and all that. But something about that soiled utility bag that you probably don't know is that, are you guys familiar with Tide Pods? You know, the little packages you just throw in the washing machine, right? We don't measure anything out anymore. We just throw a package in.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So these bags are the original Tide Pods. They're water soluble in most places. And they actually have the soap right in the bag. So the entire bag gets thrown into the washer, the whole thing. That's important for you to know because that means that there is nobody that's going to be going through those linens before they go for a ride in the washer and dryer. So if there's hearing aids or dentures or earrings or cell phones or pens in those sheets, because sometimes those things can fall, you know, and get tangled up in the sheets, nobody's going to catch it. And it's going to go through a ride in a washer and dryer. What do you think a washer and dryer would do to all of those items? Ruin them. Absolutely. And now your facility is stuck replacing items. And that's where your raises are going to go. Got to come from somewhere, guys, right? So a really important step for this particular skill is to make sure, absolutely sure, that you're checking the linens as you're rolling them to make sure that there's no foreign objects inside. This is an important consideration, actually, way more important than you think. Years ago, when we had laundry services on site in medical facilities, like they actually had washers and dryers, big commercial washers and dryers, and they had staff that would do the laundry and everything. Now most everything's outsourced. But do you know that was one of the most dangerous jobs in the facility? Like way more dangerous than nursing. Way more needle sticks than nursing. Way more. By a factor of like 20-1. Because nurses are aware of needles, right? They know where they are. They know how to keep themselves safe. But the laundry people, when they were taking these linens out of the bags and getting ready to put them in the washer, they were getting stuck right and left because needles often get tangled up in laundry. Now, can you imagine getting paid minimum wage to do a non-skilled job, but having your life on the line every single day? That's why these bags were invented, to reduce the amount of needle sticks that laundry people got. I mean, isn't that crazy? So we need to be aware that nobody's going to be checking these linens. It's up to us. So in a clinical setting, you're going to go get the bag. You're going to open the bag up. get it ready. You can put the bag on the floor. That's okay. But you can't put the linens on the floor. You got to put the linens in the bag. But in an emergency situation, sometimes you don't have time to go run and get a bag. In that case, put a chucks on the floor. You need to have something between those dirty linens and the floor. Good? Questions? That may be a written test question. Nothing touches the floor. Not clean, not dirty, nothing. Okay? Good? All right. So for the test, they're going to make this kind of easy on you because we don't have a soiled utility room. We don't have a hamper in a hallway somewhere. Everything is in the testing room. There's actually going to be a hamper right there for you to use. And if it's not a commercial hamper like this, it may be a laundry basket at the end of the bed. But they're going to point out to you, if you get this skill, where they want you to put the linens. Just follow their lead. Okay, good. All right, another principle that we need to understand is that unused items have to be discarded as well. So if you're changing sheets and you take a top sheet, a bottom sheet, and you accidentally grab 2 pillowcases, but you only needed 1, what would you do with that second pillowcase? Has to go in dirty linen. It cannot go back on the supply shelf and you can't save it for later. It has to go in dirty linen. Good. Questions? So those are linen rules. So right now we've learned skill rules. We follow the, okay, we know how to do the opening. Every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. We know to use a barrier because our clean supplies have to have a clean area. We know how to evaluate whether we need gloves. And if we are going to wear gloves, what's the first thing they should touch? We know how to evaluate if we need a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. Now we know about linen rules, that unused items must be discarded. We know how to do washing, right? We check water and water temperature, but who else checks it? The patient. We know how to clean basins. We rinse, dry, and store everything for the test. And we know how to do the closing, right? So we now have 9 out of the 11. We only have 2 left to learn. And we're going to learn one of those right now. So remember on the first day, I told you you're going to learn all of those, and you guys looked at me like I was nuts, right? This is only day 3. And by the end of today, you will be able to tell me 10 of those. The way that I teach makes this super easy to understand and incorporate. More importantly, it makes it super easy to recall for the test. Okay, good. Some of you are starting to stress the test because we're now starting to, ease into skills, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is getting real. The test is not too far away. Oh my gosh. I need you to have confidence in me. Confidence in you will come, but we're going to start by having confidence in me. That's how we're going to build your confidence. Okay. All right. Okay. So you guys understand linen rules? All right. So making an occupied bed. These are the important parts that we need to know about this particular skill. A principle that we're going to learn on Wednesday, but I'm going to kind of touch on today, is scoot and roll. Okay, so this is one of the last principles we need to learn, scoot and roll. And the big thing about scooting and rolling is that the big overall principle here is that the patient must remain in the middle of the bed at all times. The patient must remain in the middle of the bed at all times. Doesn't matter whether they're laying on their back or on their side. Where do they need to be? In the middle of the bed. period, end of discussion, because that's where your patient is safe, right? Well, we're going to have to roll the patient to be able to change the sheets. I can't change a sheet with her laying on her back because she's taking up too much of the bed. I need her on her side because then she's taking up a smaller footprint and I can change that sheet out. But if I just roll her on her side right now, if I just roll her, where's she going to end up? Why? There's no room, right? So where does she need to be at all times? In the middle of the bed. So if I scoot her toward me and then roll her, she ends in the middle of the bed. See how that works? So we're going to scoot the patient toward us and then roll them away. We remain behind the patient's behind. We'll talk about that on Wednesday. We remain behind the patient's behind. So we're going to scoot them toward us and roll them away so that we can change the sheet. Now you do this all by yourself without thinking about it, totally unconsciously. When you lay down in a bed, well, let me get somebody. Let me show you. Somebody go over there and lay down in that bed for me. Somebody, anybody, somebody. Yep, just lay down in the bed on your back. Okay, she's there temporarily, right? She's not there very long. I just asked her to go lay down in the bed. Where did she put herself? Why? I didn't tell her to. Did anybody hear me tell her to lay in the middle of the bed? No. So why did she lay in that? Why? She knows she's getting out of that bed very shortly. So why wouldn't she lay on the edge? Yeah, her mind said that's not safe. Her brain put her in the middle of that bed. I didn't have to be involved in that process. Now, could you do me a favor and turn your body so you're facing that wall for me? Okay, she did not roll. Why didn't she roll? What did she end up doing? She scooted. She shifted her weight. So where is she?
In the middle.
In the middle. Did I tell her to do that? What did I tell her to do? Turn, face the wall. I did not tell her to shift her body weight so she was in the middle of the bed. She did that all by herself. Why? Right. Her brain told her that wasn't safe. Her brain put her in the middle of the bed. I wasn't involved in that. You do this automatically. Nobody has to tell you to do this. You do this yourself. Your patients will also do this themselves. It's when we get involved that things get a little bit dicey, right? If I just turned a patient, that would put them on the edge of the bed. So we need to understand that this is a principle. We do this for ourselves. So if we're going to help a patient turn, we have to do it for them too, which is why we scoot them toward us and then roll them so that after the roll, they're in the middle of the bed. Thank you very much. Come on over. Great job. You did that perfect. So does that make sense? All right. So our patient needs to be in the middle of the bed for us to change the sheets. They need a smaller footprint. So we're going to get them on their side in the middle of the bed. And for the test, we can just ask them, can you scoot toward me and then roll? We can do that. But we want them in the middle of the bed. And then we're going to change the bottom sheet. Remember, clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. So I'm going to loosen the bottom sheet, roll it away from me, put the clean sheet on, roll it toward me, and tuck that clean sheet under the dirty one. Then I'm going to have the patient go back on their back in the middle of the bed because the patient's always in the middle of the bed. I'll go around to the other side and we're going to do it again. Scoot toward me, roll away, and I'm going to take that dirty sheet off. We're going to roll it up in a ball. We talked about that last week so that trailing edges don't contaminate other surfaces. And I'm going to put it right in that dirty linen container. Then I'll stretch the new sheet out and connect it. Then I need the patient back on their back in the middle of the bed. And we're gonna put the top sheet on, secure it under the mattress, make some hospital corners because that keeps the edges off the floor. Remember, nothing touches the floor. And then we're gonna loosen it over their toes. I'll change the pillowcase out and do my closing. Easy peasy. This is a physical skill. I love this skill. This is my favorite skill to do. It's like a Houdini skill. Presto changeo. The sheets are cleaned and everybody goes, wow, that's cool. This is a cool skill to learn, but it's very physical. It's a lot of big movements. So it is very physical. It'll wear you out. So the things that we want to remember for this skill is patients could be in the middle of the bed while we're changing the bottom of the sheet. We're going to clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. We'll remain behind the patients behind. We're going to smooth any wrinkles out, which we'll talk about a little bit more tomorrow. But remember, wrinkles contribute to bed sores. We'll talk, or Wednesday, we'll talk a little bit more about that on Wednesday. We're going to make hospital corners and loosen the sheet over the toes, and then we'll replace the pillowcase. We want the opening of the pillowcase to face away from our doors, though, because lots of people walking up and down that hallway, and they all have germs, right? Those germs can travel on air currents, some of them. Remember, they always have to have transportation, right? So they travel on air currents, and those air currents, if the pillowcase opening is facing that direction, you can get some pathogens inside the pillowcase, and then your patient is breathing that in all night. That's no good for anybody. So we want the opening of the pillowcase facing away from the door. Good? Questions?
This is one of the things my boss teach us when make the beds, because we work in a health
Right.
system. And they say, put the pillowcases from the door, the face for the window, not for the door.
Right. Facing away from the door. Yes.
I never understand that part, but you follow this. You say follow the rules or follow the
Right. You want to
okay,
follow the care plan, but the reason is because of pathogens on air currents. We don't want them inside the pillowcase.
Right now I know.
Yep, but that is a principle. Yes, that is a principle. All right. Questions on this one? No? Okay, so let me show you this particular skill. We have time. Okay. I don't know how long that means. I need to get back here real quick. Okay. Can I have you come around? Just bring your chair around a little bit so that they can see. Yep, just bring your chair right here for right now. Okay. When I ask you to, I'm going to ask you to hit number 2. Okay, so just be ready when I ask you to. It won't be for a little bit.
Right here or right here?
All right. Right here would be, but I just need to get by you. So I'm going to need a volunteer, somebody to come lay down in the bed. This is, you don't have to do anything, you just have to lay there. Okay, on your back to begin, please. All right, so I'm going to do this entire skill from beginning to end. Okay. I am going to simulate hand washing for the sake of time. Remember, you would physically wash your hands at the beginning of the first skill and the end of the first skill. And after that, the evaluators are going to tell you that you can simulate hand washing. Okay, here we go. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Fantastic. I need to change your sheets. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies. I'll be right back. I have clean hands. So I'm going to get a barrier to start with, and we're going to put that on the table. And then I'm going to get the supplies that I need. And the supplies are on page 100. You can see them just under the care plan. But what would I need to change sheets? Sheets. Absolutely. I need a pillowcase. I need a top sheet and a bottom sheet. Now my patient is going to be uncovered. So what else do I need? Privacy blanket. I also have to evaluate, do I need gloves? Now this patient right here, what's your name? Joni. Joni is fully clothed and holding on to all of her own body fluids like a champ. I am not going to come into contact with any non-intact skin because she doesn't have any. Do I need gloves for this patient for this skill right now? No. If she was in a hospital gown and nothing more, and I was going to come into contact with her bare buttocks as I roll the sheet, would I need gloves? Yes. If she was incontinent, would I need gloves?
Yes.
Are you starting to see how we evaluate whether we need gloves or not? Okay. So this patient right here, though, does not require gloves. So I'm going to unfold my privacy blanket and spread it out over my patient. Can you hold this for me? I'm going to pull that sheet down and take it off the bed, okay? So we're going to pull the sheet down. And we're going to remove it from the bed and we'll roll it up so that we don't have any trailing edges. And we're going to put that right in our basket. Okay. Miss Jones, can you scoot your body toward me? Thank you. And can you hit number 2, please? Thank you. All right. Now go ahead and roll on your side for me. Scoot your bottom that way just a little bit so you're a little more in the middle. There we go. Okay. So now, remember, dirty rolls away, right? Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. So this is a dirty sheet. So I'm going to loosen the corners. Remember, she's going to keep that pillow. I know the pillow is dirty and I know it's going to touch the clean sheet, but so is the patient. Okay. So I'm going to take this sheet, the dirty one, and we're going to roll it away from us. And we want that roll to be pretty tight. See how tight that roll is? So I'm going to take this tight roll and I'm going to tuck it underneath the patient all along the length of her body. Now, I don't want her touching the bare mattress. So I don't want her foot over here. You guys see the difference there? We're not on the bare mattress. We want to make sure that her body, all parts of her body are still on the sheet. So I'm going to tuck this under. Tuck this under all along the length of her body. And then we're going to take the new one and unfold it. We don't want to shake it or snap it. We just want to unfold. And I'm going to connect the corners. Now clean rolls toward me. So I'm going to take this one and kind of stretch it up. And we're going to roll it toward me as tight as I can get it. So you can see a nice tight roll there. And I'm going to tuck that underneath the dirty. So I'm going to lift up and tuck that underneath the dirty. Now, when you're doing this, you can press down on the mattress to get it underneath. So we're going to lift and tuck underneath. That and tuck underneath. Now, do you see this sheet, how it doesn't have any wrinkles? That's what we're looking for. Remember that wrinkles can contribute to bed sores. There's a body in the bed. You're not going to get it perfect. There's a body in the bed, but we don't want it a wrinkled rat's nest either. Okay. So come on back onto your back and scoot to the middle. There's going to be a big speed bump. Okay. Now I'm going to come around to this side and we're going to do it all again. So nice. We do it twice. So scoot your body toward me and then roll that way for me. Okay. Scoot your bottom a little forward so you're a little closer to the middle. There we go. And then we're going to remove the bottom sheet from the bed. Wrap it up in a ball. And this goes directly in dirty linen. And then we will stretch the sheet out and attach it to the corners. Okay. And come on back onto your back and scoot to the middle. Very good. So now I'm going to put the top sheet on. I'm going to unfold it. Remember, we don't want to snap it or shake it, just unfold. Yeah. And now I'll take that blanket out of the way. I don't need the blanket anymore because she's covered with the sheet. We're going to roll this up so no trailing edges and put it in dirty linen. Okay, so now I'm going to make hospital corners, and this is not as hard as people try to make it out to be. It's not. The secret to getting good hospital corners is to tuck the sheet under the mattress, not down, under. So I'm going to lift the mattress up just a little bit, and I'm going to tuck the sheet so that it's under the mat. See how that's under, flat, under? I'm going to come down about a foot from the end of the bed, pick the top flap only, straight up. This gives me a triangle. Everything else gets tucked under. And that's a hospital corner. So I'll come over here and we'll do it again. We're going to lift the mattress up and we're going to tuck the sheet flat under. You can actually see, I don't know if you can see on the screen, it's flat under. We're going to come down a foot from the end of the bed and pick the top flap only straight up, and that makes our triangle. Everything else gets tucked underneath. See how tight that is on her toes though? We want to loosen that. There we go. Now you got some wiggle room. I'm going to steal that pillow. I'll bring it right back. So I'm going to take the pillow. Now this pillow's been drooled on, coughed on, sneezed on. I don't want to put it up under my chin near my face like we do at home. So I'm going to remove the pillowcase, put it in dirty linen. I'm going to take the new clean pillowcase and scrunch it up. All the way. Can you go back to one, please? All the way. And then we're going to take the tag side of the pillow, stand it up with the tag side at the top, and put our pillowcase on, just like that. Hold the top and pull the sides down. And then if you lift your head up, There we go. And the opening is facing away from the door. All right, are you comfortable? Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Oh, let me go check your care plan and see if that's allowed. Here's your call light. If you need anything while I'm gone, just hit the red button. I'm going to go ahead and open the curtain. My environment is not clean. Why? Yeah, so always look around to see, is my environment truly clean? Don't just say it and skip over it. This is going to be thrown away. Here we recycle, so that's away. All right, everything looks good. I'm going to go wash my hands, think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections. My skill is done. Thank you.
You say leave my bed.
Please. Turn that camera. I forgot to charge the battery for my turner. Okay. So any questions on make an occupied bed?
Patient with a geriatric.
Yeah, that it does increase the complexity a little bit just because they take up a little bit more of the mattress. But the kind of the overarching principle here is to get them move forward enough that you can work with the side, you know, the sheet on the side that you're on, but not so far that they feel in danger. They feel unsafe. Okay. Good. Side rails are not used on the test. We're going to talk about side rails in detail on Wednesday. Notice I did not use side rails to keep my patients safe. I did not need them to keep my patients safe because of the process that I used. Side rails are considered a restraint and they fail. So, you know, you can put side rails up, but that doesn't mean that they're actually going to keep the patient from rolling out of bed. So we can't really rely on side rails as our only means of safety. We have to address it in another way. Good? Questions? All right, go to page 37 in your skills book, please. All right, this care plan tells us patient measure and record respirations. Patient will be lying in bed for skill. Count the patient's respirations for 1 full minute and record your readings. Guys, this is very, very similar to pulse. In fact, if you watch the video, it looks very, very similar to pulse. The reason for that is all about patient comfort. If you make the patient anxious when you're doing a skill, what do you think that's going to do to their pulse rate and their respiration rate when they're anxious? Yeah, it's going to alter it. It's usually going to increase. So if we're making the patient anxious when we're trying to get vital signs, we may get an abnormal reading. Does that mean that the patient's really abnormal? Yeah, we don't know, really. I mean, they might be. It might have been from us. We don't really know for sure. So did we get any useful information? No, it's a waste of time. So that's why this skill is so difficult, because it's actually going to look like pulse. And let me explain. Oh, let me show you why. Let me get somebody to go over there and lay in the bed, just on your back in the bed. Let me just get somebody over there. Anybody. Thank you. Whoa. Oh, that hurt. Yeah, please. Okay. All right. And again, I'm going to have you hit number 2 when I tell you to. All right. So here's the problem. if I'm going to do this skill and I come up to the patient and tell her, hey, I'm going to count your breathing, that's going to alter your breathing because now you're aware of your breathing, right? And she's either going to count or she's either going to breathe faster than she would, or she may unconsciously hold her breath because she's not real sure when she should be breathing. So it's not going to give me any useful information. So we're not going to tell them we're counting their respirations. What we're going to say instead is, I'm going to take your vital signs. Good? Make sense? Now here's another problem. If I'm taking her, and let me come around this side so you can see a little bit better. If I decide to take her vital signs and I tell her, hi, Miss Jones, my name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to get your vital signs. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. Remember, this is for 1 full minute. How long was a minute? How comfortable are you? Not at all comfortable. This is awkward. This takes awkward to a whole new level. You cannot stand and stare at somebody's chest without talking to them or touching them for 1 full minute without them getting seriously weirded out. Okay, make sense? Okay, so when we do this skill, instead of just standing here, staring uncomfortably, I'm going to hold her hand like I'm taking her pulse. I don't have her pulse. I'm not taking her pulse. I am just holding her hand. But how much more comfortable are you? Isn't that funny? This is psychology, guys. If you stand and stare at somebody without touching them or talking to them, it's awkward. If I do the same thing by holding her wrist, now she thinks I'm taking her pulse and it's more manageable for her. That means I'm probably going to get a much more accurate reading. Good? Okay, leave your hand here for me. Okay, there is something that we can use to make this a little bit easier to read. All right. Can you put your other arm at your side for me, please? Okay, when we are counting respirations, in and out counts as 1. So right, in and out counts as 1. It doesn't matter whether you start on the inhale, on the hold, or on the exhale. It all counts as 1. So it doesn't matter where in the process you're starting to count. Make sense? Okay, good. So patients aren't going to breathe that exaggerated for you, though. Breathing is easy, quiet, even. In fact, if you hear it, you need to report it because that's not normal. So your patient, it's going to be kind of hard to tell breathing. If you look at their tummy when they're laying down, it's easier because you can see the tummy go up and down with breathing. So everybody take a look. I know. Can you hit number 2 for me? Everybody take a look at her tummy. And you can maybe sort of kind of see it go up and down, but it's kind of hard to see. Everybody with me? Good. There's something you can do to make it easier for the test. Just going to lay that there for a minute. Did that make it easier? Like a lot easier? I just used psychology. All I did was draw your eye. Anytime there's a movement with a contrasting color, it draws your attention. We didn't alter her breathing at all. We altered your ability to see it. You can use that on the test. You can put an alcohol pad on their tummy. Now, we use alcohol pads for a very specific reason. Number 1, they're disposable. They're cheap. They're meant to be thrown away. So it's fine. Number 2, alcohol pads are mystical, magical, and medical. If I put anything else on her tummy, she's going to ask, why is that there? What are you using that for? What does that mean? Why? She's going to have a million questions. If I put an alcohol pad on her tummy, she's likely to not ask any of them because she associates it with medicine. And you may need that. So, alcohol pads are used for all kinds of things in medicine. So I probably need that for something. But more importantly, if she does ask, hey, why is that there? I can give her a total non-answer that she'll believe. Oh, I need that for later. And that's exactly what she'll do. Okay. Because it's something that familiar, something they're used to. Does that make sense? That's why we use alcohol pads. If you put anything else on her tummy, all bets are off. Alcohol pads are the one thing that actually work. Good? Questions? So in and out counts as one. For the test, you are going to have a clock right above the bed. And you are going to look at that clock. You're going to pick a starting point and you're going to say start when you start counting. And you're going to count respirations until that second hand reaches that point again and you say stop. Do you know who else is counting? Yeah, but you want them across the room. Use the alcohol pad. They get to stay across the room. They don't have to be right up over you. Good? Okay. All right. So I'm going to go through this whole skill with you from beginning to end. Again, I'm going to simulate hand washing. And I'm going to tell you when I start counting. I'm going to say start. All of you guys should watch and count as well quietly in your head. And I'll let you know the number I get after I document. And we'll see how close you are. Okay. All you have to do is take a nap. All right, here we go. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Fantastic. I need to get your vital signs. Is that okay? I'm going to go close your curtain, wash my hands, and I'll be right back. And I have washed my hands. I have clean hands. All right, Miss Jones, this is going to take me about a minute. I will need you to remain quiet during that time, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm done, okay? I'm just going to lay that there for a minute. You have your wrists. Can everybody see? Good. All right, so here we go. Ready? Start. Stop. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything I can get for you while I'm here? Would you like a magazine before I go? Are you comfortable? Environment's clean. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open your curtain. And here's your call light. If you need anything at all, press that red button and I'll come back to help. I'm going to go wash my hands and then document. After documenting, I'm going to wash my hands again and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Can you hit 1 for me, please? So what did you guys get? 19? Okay. So you can have a seat. Thank you. So if you got, I got 19. So you can be off by 2 breaths in either direction. So if you got 17, 18, 19, 20, or 21, you are considered accurate. That's a huge margin of error, guys. That's huge. Okay. Questions? Questions? All right. You guys ready to start working on blood pressure? Okay. Before we get to blood pressure really quick, I've got two things to talk to you about. Go to page 32 for me. You look on page 32, you see all of the normal values. All of the normal values for vital signs, including blood pressure. We've already learned pulse, 60 to 100. Normal respirations, what we just measured, is 12 to 20. So we got 19. Is that normal? Okay. If I got 22, what would I need to do with that? Report it to the nurse. We also learned normal temperature variations today. You guys remember that? 97.6 to 99.6. That's normal for temperature. And we're getting into normal blood pressure in just a few minutes. On page 33 is a vital sign activity. So it gives you some vital signs and it asks, would these need to be reported to the nurse? This is a good activity for you to do on your own, just to make sure you understand normals. It kind of puts it into practice. Those of you who have activated the online program, I have a whole lesson on this with a whole bunch of activities for you to indicate normals. Good. So there's lots and lots of opportunity here for you to put into practice what you're learning in a little bit more interactive way. Now, one of the things that goes along with vital signs and documentation is military time. And some of you don't know military time, and that's okay. But medicine does use military time a lot. And that's because healthcare is provided 24 hours a day. It's not like banking. If you worked at a bank and I told you to do something at 4, well, you know it would have to be 4 in the afternoon because you're not there at 4 in the morning, right? Well, healthcare does happen 24 hours a day. So because of that, we don't want any miscommunication. So we generally use military time. Now, personally, I think regular time is kind of stupid. Personally, I don't know who the person was that said, okay, there's how many hours in a day? How many? 24 hours a day. So we're going to count to, I don't know, 12, and then let's start over. I mean, who thought that was a good idea? There's 24 hours a day, but we're only going to use 12 of them, and then we're going to do it again. I mean, it doesn't really make much sense, does it? If we have 24 hours a day, let's use all 24. And that's what military time does. So instead of getting to 12 and starting over with 1, we just keep going. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And then we start back over at 0 because we're at a new day at midnight. Make sense? Pretty cool, right? That's all military time is. Instead of starting back over at 1, we just keep going with the clock. Minutes are minutes. If it's 1:12 in the afternoon, it's going to be 13:12 military time. Minutes are minutes. They don't ever change. The only thing that changes is the hour, and we just keep going. So a good way to do a conversion is to add 12 to the hour. That's it. Military time, no AM, no PM, no colon. 4 numbers all squished together. Now, where this can run into problems, though, is anything before 10 a.m. because we need 4 numbers all squished together. And at 2:30 in the morning, we don't have 4 numbers. So we have to get 4 numbers. We're going to add a 0 in the front to get us to our 4 numbers. So 2:30 in the morning would be 0230. 0230. Good? I have a whole, page 29 gives you a whole activity on military time. And then page 36 talks about documentation principles. You will have some questions on the state exam about documentation. As CNAs, you generally document numbers like pulse, respirations, blood pressure, temperature, the amount of food the patient ate, the amount of fluid that they drank, or even the amount of fluid you emptied out of a drainage bag. Numbers. Hard science numbers. Very few places have CNAs document using words. But if you do, they're going to train you on how to do that. Okay. CNAs generally do not document with words. That's because documentation for medical is admissible in a court of law. So every word you write can be used against you. And if you don't understand the legalities of that, you can get yourself in trouble. But a couple of good rules of thumb when it comes to documentation is ABC. Always be accurate, brief, but complete. Never use the word I. Is medicine ever about you? Who's it about? So all of your word documentation has to do with the patient. So instead of I found the patient on the floor, the patient was noted to be on the floor. Make sense? It's not about you. It's always about the patient. You only chart what you did. If somebody says, hey, I forgot to chart something, can you write it down for me? The answer is no, you can only chart what you did. And you need to chart when you do it. Let me tell you a story about this. There was a home health aide, CNA, that was working for hospice, and she was on an overnight shift caring for a patient that was in a decline. And she had to write down every 15 minutes how the patient was doing, if they had any difficulty breathing, experienced any pain. You know, every 15 minutes, she's making notes on how the patient's doing. And it was about 2 a.m. and she was bored and tired and just didn't want to be writing all this stuff. So she went ahead and documented for the next 2 hours all of her every 15-minute checks. Patient's fine, patient's fine, patient's fine, sleeping peacefully, right? Every 15 minutes. She did that at 2 for the next 2 hours. Patient died at 3. So now I've got legal documentation, legal, that says the patient was still breathing at 3:15. That's a problem because you can't throw that away. It is a legal form. You cannot throw it away. That is a big problem with legal consequences. Document when it happens, but never document before it happens. Good? Make sense? All right. Most facilities require black ink, but go with your facility guidelines. Whatever they tell you to use is what you're going to use. All right, so let's go to page 38. There we go. All right, so blood pressure is a non-tested skill. That means it's not going to show up on the state exam. You're not going to have to demonstrate taking a blood pressure for the test. You're responsible for knowing normals, which we just saw on page 32. You have to know normals, but you're not going to have to demonstrate how to take a blood pressure. It's a non-tested skill, but that doesn't mean you don't need to learn it. A lot of places use automated cuffs. You know, the ones you put on the arm, you push a button and it gives you numbers. That's awesome. The problem is if that automated cuff gives you a really weird reading, an abnormal reading, how do we know that it's not the cuff that's the problem? That's right. You have no idea. It could be a patient problem, yeah, but it could also be a machine problem. So if you get an abnormal reading on a machine, we have to double check it manually, which is why you need to learn how to do the skill. Okay, make sense? Okay. So a good test question is, you are using an automated device to get a blood pressure and you get a reading of 160 over 110. So go back to page 32 real quick. Is that normal? So what would you do? What are you going to do before you report it to the nurse? What are you going to do before you document it? Check it manually. Yep. You don't want to document that. You don't want to tell it to the nurse until you know it's really a patient problem. Right? Make sense? All right. So let me explain to you what a blood pressure is. We saw this when we did pulse. You guys remember seeing this? You have a heart on the left side of your chest. The heart squeezes and it pushes out a wave of blood. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes the one in front of it. And this is how blood moves through your circulatory system. So what's important here is that you see there's a wave and a valley. There's a wave and a valley. There's a wave and a valley. That's what we're measuring. When there's a wave moving through, there's more pressure in the vessel. In between the waves, less pressure. So for those of you who need a little bit more visual example, let me paint you a picture. Let's say that we have a hose attached to a faucet outside. We go over to the faucet and we turn it all the way on. Water comes through the hose expands because there's water in it, right? A lot of water comes out the end. We turn the faucet all the way off. The water drains out, the hose relaxes. With me? So all the heart is doing is standing at that faucet, going on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, about 70 times a minute through your entire life. That's what's happening. So when the faucet is on and the water is moving through the hose and the hose is expanded, there's more pressure inside. When the hose is off and the water has drained out, there's less pressure inside, right? What are we measuring? Blood pressure. It's exactly what we're measuring. How much pressure is inside the hose when the water's on? How much pressure is inside the hose when the water's off? How much pressure is inside the artery when the heart contracts? How much pressure is inside the artery when the heart is at rest? That's what we're measuring. Good? Okay. Normal blood pressure for the systolic or top number is between 100 and 119. Normal pressure at rest or diastolic number is between 60 and 79. That's what's considered normal. Now we're going to use two pieces of equipment to make this measurement. You can go ahead and get your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes out. Now I'm going to lead you through this step by step. Please try very hard not to get ahead of me. Okay. Try very hard not to get ahead of me. Just have your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes out. Don't play with them yet. I'm going to walk you through absolutely every piece of this. If you have a little extra packet of extra pieces, put it back in your bag. You don't need that. But it's very important that you not get ahead of me. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do when we're taking a blood pressure is we're going to take our cuff, which is a tourniquet. You need to understand that. When you put air inside this cuff, it becomes a tourniquet. So what I'm going to do is put this around the arm, inflate it with air. That air is going to squeeze the arm, and those muscles are actually going to crimp off that artery. Close it off. So let me go back a slide, and I want to explain this real quick. Remember this slide, right? So what we're doing is right here, we're putting a blood pressure cuff, and we're going to close this artery off. So now these waves can't get through. Heart's still beating, so we're still getting more waves joining the party. They just can't get through the gate. Got it? Okay. So eventually, as I deflate the cuff, that gate, think of it like a toll booth. You know, toll booths when you're driving, right? Backs up the cars. So think of it like a toll booth. We got some cars here ready to go through, but they can't go yet. As that cuff gets deflated, the artery is able to open up a little bit, but it's only going to open like just a little bit. That way it can't get through, right? Don't do that yet. Don't do that yet. Don't get ahead of me. So this wave can't get through. The gate opens a little bit more, it still can't get through. Opens a little more, still can't get, it's still too small. A little bit more, still too small. And then finally it's open enough that this wave can push its way through. But when it does, because the artery is still super small, it's going to make a sound as it squeezes through. It's going to hit the top of the artery and go thunk. We're listening for that thunk. Okay. Well, if the first wave can make it through, then the second one can, and so can the third. So we're going to hear more thunks. And we're going to keep opening that artery. So thunk, 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 thunk. And then we stop hearing thunks. That means the artery is wide enough that that wave can't hit the top of it. You're not going to hear anything. With me so far? Okay. So we're closing down the artery. We're slowly going to open it until that first wave gets through, and it's going to make a thunk sound because it's hitting the top of the artery. We're going to hear more thunk sounds, and then the thunk sounds are going to go away. Well, the way that we measure blood pressure is all about those thunk sounds. Okay. So even if your needle ticks, that's not the blood pressure. It's the thunk sounds that we're paying attention to. Are you good so far? Okay. So these are called these thunk sounds. We're going to open the artery little by little and listen for the first and last Karot cough sounds. So those thunk sounds have a name. They're called, you don't need to know that. They're called Karot cough sounds. They're small sounds that are made by a wave of blood as it hits the top of the artery as it squeezes through the restriction. So you guys have a little bit of a mental understanding of what we're listening to. It's a wave of blood hitting the top of an artery buried under muscle, fat, and skin. Not a big sound. We need a really good microphone to hear this. And we got to make sure that the microphone is in the right place to hear it. If I've got a microphone here, it works fine. If I put the microphone over here, not so much. So we have to make sure that our microphone is in the right place. Now you call a microphone something a little different. You call it a stethoscope, but it's a microphone. Good? Questions? Okay. So we have a blood pressure cuff that has squeezed the artery, and this needle goes up as we put air into it to squeeze the artery. As CNAs, we only go up to somewhere between 160 and 180. This is where we go. Don't go all the way up here. This hurts. What effect do you think pain has on blood pressure? Yeah, so if we're making the patient hurt and we get a high blood pressure, we have no idea if the patient has high blood pressure or if we just caused it because we hurt them. Right? So where do we go? 160 to 180. That's it. That's our stop. Even though there's more numbers out here, we don't care about these. These are not our numbers. What CNAs do? What? Normal. If your patient has a super high blood pressure, that is not you. That is not a CNA task. CNAs do routine tasks on stable patients. You guys remember that? This, nothing routine or stable about that patient. So as CNAs, we go up between 160 and 180. That is it. Then we start to deflate the cuff. And as we deflate the cuff, we're going to listen. And you're not going to hear anything. Nothing. It's going to be quiet. 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 Still quiet. 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 Still quiet. Quiet. Thunk. Where the needle is when you hear that first thunk, that number is your top number of your blood pressure. Where the needle is when you hear the first thunk. Now remember, I said when you hear the first thunk, you'll hear more. Because if the first wave was able to get through, other waves can follow. So thunk, 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 thunk. And they'll kind of get lower in volume. Thunk, 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 thunk. Where you hear the last clear thunk, where the needle is pointing, that's your bottom number. So we inflate the cuff, we deflate. It's going to be quiet, 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 thunk. Whatever number that needle's pointing to, there's your top number. Thunk, 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 thunk. We don't care about those. Thunk, 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 thunk. Wherever the needle is on the last thunk, that's your bottom number. And then you're going to keep listening all the way down to 0. Just make sure there's no more thunks. Because the problem is that last one isn't going to tell you, get ready, get set, here I come, ta-da. It doesn't do that. It just goes thunk, thunk, thunk. Oh, crap, where was the last one? Right? So you have to pay attention to each one because each one could be the last one. You don't know if it's going to be the last one until there's no more after it. Good? Some of you are going to have a hard time with the top number. You're my dreamers. If you have a hard time, like if your brain goes out and picks daisies when there's nothing going on, if you have a hard time concentrating, this is going to be hard for you because you'll inflate the cuff and you'll go down and it's going to be quiet, quiet, quiet. Wonder what I should have for lunch today. Thunk. Maybe taco thunk. Bell thunk. Nah, thunk. I had that thunk last week. Thunk. Oh crap. Where'd the thunk start? Right? So if you have trouble with concentration, that top number is going to be your really hard one. Some of you will have no problems with it. It's quiet, 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 thunk. There it is. Good. Got it. You will have trouble on the bottom because you're probably my rhythm people, my dancers, right? So if I have a rhythm here, right? And it's predictable because our heart beats at a very predictable rhythm, right? It just kind of thumps along. We get into a rhythm and then we start anticipating the next. How many of you guys anticipated that next beat? If you heard that next beat and I didn't snap my hands, you're my dancers. You're going to have a hard time on the end because you're not going to be sure, oh my gosh, did I hear one or did I think I hear one? I'm not sure. So you're either my dreamers, you'll have trouble with the top number, or you're my dancers, you're going to have trouble with the bottom number, or you're like me, both. I had a real hard time learning this in nursing school, And nobody explained any of this to me. It was just, You inflate, you deflate, listen for the first thunk, listen for the last thunk. There's your numbers. That was it. It was all the instruction I got. Well, I had no idea what I was doing. So that's why I take the time to teach you in detail, because I don't want you to have that same uncertainty that I had. Okay, good. So let me, the first thing we're going to learn is where to put the stethoscope, because it's not where you think it goes. How many guys have had your blood pressure taken? Where do they put the stethoscope? Okay. They put it in the middle, don't they? Put it right here in the middle. And some of them probably even shove it up underneath that cuff. Remember that your stethoscope is a microphone? Remember I said that? If I have a microphone here, you'll hear me just fine. What happens if I cover that microphone? Yeah, it flattens or deadens the sound. If you put your stethoscope underneath the cuff, you are flattening the sound out and you probably aren't going to hear it well. So the stethoscope does not go under the cuff. It also doesn't go in the middle of the elbow, which is where you probably have seen it go. It doesn't go there. What are we listening to? A wave of blood hitting the top of the artery. Okay, so that means we have to be over a artery to listen, right? Okay, we found an artery on Wednesday, right here, the radial artery. So what does it feel like when your fingers are over an artery? What do you feel? Yeah, some pulses, some thumps, right? Right? Well, I'm going to show you that your artery, which we're going to feel, and we know what they feel like, right? We now know what an artery feels like. I'm going to show you that the artery is not where you think it is. So everybody take your jackets off. I turned the air off so it's not so cold. I want you to hold one of your arms out. Now, this is the critical piece, so pay attention. Critical. When you hold your arm out, do not let that elbow sag. It needs to be straight as you can get it. Get that elbow popped all the way out. Take 2 fingers. Remember, we never use our thumb, right? 2 fingers at the fold of the elbow on the pinky side, not in the middle, on the pinky side. Put your thumb on the back and see if you can feel your thumbs on the pinky side, on the inside. Not so hard. Not so hard. You're squishing your straw. See if you can feel it. Anybody feel it? Get your elbows straight, 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 straight. On the inner. Find it? Move a little bit more. There you go. Find it? Find it? Got it? Got it? Got it? All right, find somebody else's. Okay, did you guys notice it is not in the middle? If we have a microphone in the middle, we are not hearing all of those waves because we're not in the right place. We have to make sure that our microphone is over the artery. You guys understand that? Okay, extend your arm again, find your pulse. Keep your fingers there. And let your elbows sag. What happens? Yeah, it's gone, or it's very faint. Get your elbow back out, and there it is. When you are trying to find somebody's brachial pulse, because this is the brachial artery. When you're trying to find this to take a blood pressure, if their arm is sagging at all, you're not going to feel it. So you need to make sure that arm is nice and straight. Get that elbow popped out, because if it's like this, you're not going to feel it. It's got to get that elbow popped out. Good? Okay. Make sense? Questions so far? All right, let's move on to how to use the stethoscope. This end of the stethoscope, some of you have single tubes, some have double, it's fine. This end of your stethoscope is the working end. Some of them have two sides. See how mine has two sides? Right? Some have a single, that's okay. This whole thing, if you have two sides, this whole head of the stethoscope turns. Okay. Now, one side may have a dot. See if you can find a dot. The large diaphragm needs to be facing the same direction as your dot. Your dot is the on side. This tells the stethoscope, this is the side I want to hear through. You need to understand that, because when you go to put these things back in your cases later, this thing will probably flip around on you. You'll go to take a blood pressure later and you're not going to be able to hear a thing and not understand why. Always make sure that your large diaphragm is on the same side as your dot.
If you don't have a dot.
I'm going to come around right now. I know you don't have a dot. Yeah, I know. Yeah, my knee. Okay. So you have a Littman's. Littman's don't have dots.
Okay.
Look through here.
Okay.
Okay, look through there. See how that's open?
Okay.
That means this side is on. We don't want that side on. We want that side on. Okay. Okay. Yep, yours has a dot. Good. Yours does not. Okay. Well, okay, the flat bar is your dot.
Okay.
Flat bar is your dot. The flat bar is your dot.
So I just have. a little part.
Yeah, you don't have, yours is only single-sided, so yours doesn't flip. You good? Good? Okay. All right. So always make sure your large diaphragm is facing the dot or the flat bar. Now, this part is the one everybody gets wrong. So pay close attention here. Super close attention. If your stethoscope, if your earpieces are straight like this, you, both of you. Okay, so you just relax for a minute. Littman, relax for a minute. Relax, and I'll come work with you guys, okay? These earpieces cannot be straight when you are trying to take a blood pressure. They actually need to be slightly tilted, slightly turned. Okay. See how these are slightly turned? That's what yours are already set. That's what I'm going to come around and help you with. Okay. So those of you at home, if you hold down here, like the chin strap looking thing, you can actually turn your earpieces. You want them facing slightly forward. So just hold up. I'm going to help each one of you. So that's, yep, that's pretty good. Turn yours sideways for me. So let me see. Just turn the whole thing so I can see profile. Good. There you go. Good. Might be just a tad too much. Just a tad. There you go. Yours are good. Yours are good. Tad too much. Tad too much. Just a tad bit back. Just a little bit back. There you go. All right. So now there is a right and wrong way to put these in your ears, and you will get it wrong every time if I don't fix you. All right. These always face the patient. Who is life about?
The patient.
Yeah, they never face you. If you have them facing you, you've made it all about you, and that's wrong. These have to face the patient. So when you put these in, make sure that they're pointed that way before you put them in your ears. So go ahead and put them in your ears. Very, very lightly tap your diaphragm. Can you hear it? Take them out. Flip the whole thing around. Put them in backwards and do the same thing. Doesn't work. Take them out, flip them around, try again. See the difference? If you put these in your ears the wrong way, you are not going to hear the blood pressure. Okay? Remember, for blood pressure, we're always going to use the large diaphragm. Don't worry about the small side. Small side is for nursing. This is for blood pressure. Good? Questions? In just a little bit, when we start taking blood pressures on each other, some of you are going to put this in the wrong way. You're going to put them in backwards, and you're not going to be able to hear anything. When you start taking blood pressures and you can't hear anything, the first thing I want you to look at is the way your stethoscope is put in. Number one problem with blood pressures. Good? All right. So now we're going to move on to the cuff. You have a gauge. The gauge has a clip. You press down on the bottom of the clip, the top magically opens. You have a strip on your blood pressure cuff. If you, yours won't have a strip. If you open your cuff, open the gauge or the clip on the gauge, slide it up that fabric tab, it will sit there securely. Nope, nope. Press down on the bottom of the clip. Yes. Slide up. This gauge should always be attached to your cuff. Let me say that again. This gauge should always be attached to your cuff. These little prong things, if you just hang it there, when you go to put this on somebody or take it off, this thing can fall. You know how heavy that thing is? Your patient's wrist, all those little tiny bones in their wrist is right under that. You will shatter their wrist. You will. This gauge has to be firmly attached to your cuff at all times, not just hung there using the prongs. Good. Okay, below that gauge are your artery markings. You may have a line with a circle. You may have a little thing that says right arm, left arm, but there's an artery marking on there. The way this works, don't do this. I'm just going to show you. Don't do it on yourselves yet. Just watch. The way this works is you lay the cuff on the upper arm. You find the artery with your fingers. You line the artery marking up. So now, you know, you can take your fingers away. You've got something there that says, hey, here's your artery. And then you secure your cuff so that it's snug around the arm. You want this high enough up that you can put your stethoscope there without having to tuck it underneath. Everybody good with that? So this artery marking is better than putting an X on your patient. It's on the cuff instead. Okay. Now these are one size fits most, not one size fits all. This white stripe, those of you who have the professional cuffs, this white stripe is your measuring stripe. If I am unsure whether this cuff will fit my patient, she has small arms. I am unsure if this is going to fit her effectively. So I would ask her to hold her arm out. I'm going to put this underneath her arm about an inch above the elbow and wrap it around. If it wraps more than halfway around her arm, it's too big. If it wraps less than a third of the way, if I can't see these two corners, it's too small. Thank you. This will fit her. But you have a measuring guide built right in. Okay, good. Okay, let's learn how to read the gauge. When you're looking at this gauge, you'll see it's marked in 20s. So I have 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, 200, and so on. The large lines in between are your 10s. So this is 20. That large line is 30. Even though it's not marked, it's 30. 40, 50, 60, 70, and so on. The little teeny tiny lines, teeny ones, those are 2s. So if this is the line for 40, this is 42, 44, 46, 48, 50. There are no ones on here. There's no odd numbers. So if you tell me you got a blood pressure of 137 over 95, I know you're guessing because there are no lines for odd numbers on here. Okay. Try to stick to even numbers. Good. All right. So we're going to inflate our cuff somewhere between 160 and 180. We're going to deflate slowly. We're going to listen for the first thunk. We're going to keep listening for the last thunk. And then we're going to deflate to 0. Where we heard the first thunk is our top number. Where we heard the last clear thunk is our bottom number. So if you look here, this is the line for 100. We have 102, 104, and 106. This is where I heard the first thunk. So my top number is 106. We kept listening. We heard more sounds. We don't care about those. And our last one was right here. This is the line for 60. So 62, 64, 66. So 66 is where I heard the last thunk. So what is this patient's blood pressure? Do I need to report that? Look at your normals. Page 32. No, I do not need to report it. In fact, I would love to have that blood pressure. I haven't seen that blood pressure since I was about 17. All right, so our normal values are systolic or top number is between 100 and 119. Diastolic or bottom number is between 60 and 79. This is in your skills book on page 39 toward the top of the first column. So on page 39, let's practice this together. If you look in the gray box on the right-hand side of page 39, you're going to see 2 little dials or partial dials. And I know they're kind of hard to read, but let's give it a good shot, okay? If you're looking at the first one, you see first thump heard here. And then you see last thump heard here. See if you can figure out what this patient's blood pressure is. What do you guys think? $130 over 90. Is that, oh, I don't have it up there. Is that normal? What do we need to do with that? Report it. Let's go to the next one. See if you can work out what this blood pressure is. Okay, 108 over 62. Everybody in agreement? Yeah. Do we report that one? No, that one's okay. Good. Starting to see how this all works? Okay. All right, there are a couple of rules we have to go over, and I'm going to teach you how to inflate and deflate the cuff in just a minute. But there's a couple rules before you all get because once I bring out the cans, I lose control of all of you. So let me go through this real quick. Okay. When you're taking a patient's blood pressure, their feet should be flat on the floor. Crossed at the ankles is okay. Crossed at the knees is not. I don't want you to have to remember which is which. So we just tell everybody feet flat on the floor. That way we don't have to think about it, right? We want to ask which arm. Patients often have an arm that we can't use for blood pressure. Basically, I want the healthiest arm on your body. If there's an arm that has an IV, I can't use that one. If there's an arm that has a dialysis, shunt, or graft in it, I can't use that arm. If the patient's had a stroke and one arm is affected, I can't use that arm. If the patient's had a mastectomy and they took the lymph nodes out of one side, I can't use that arm. If the patient played Humpty Dumpty and had to be put all back together again, I don't want that arm. So there's a lot of reasons why we would not use an arm. The best thing to do is to ask the patient, which arm can I use? If the patient's had any of those things, they've been told, don't let anybody take a blood pressure in this arm, and they'll let you know. What else might we be able to consult to know which arm we could use? The care plan, absolutely. But don't rely on the care plan. Ask your patient. If the patient says, I don't care, whichever one you want, go for the left. Whenever possible, we try to stay on the same side. So we're always comparing apples to apples. There is a blood pressure difference between the right and left arm. It's small, but there is a blood pressure difference. So whenever possible, we try to use the left. Okay. All has to do with the size of the blood vessels. All right. The patient's arm needs to be supported. This is just like every other skill that we have. You can't leave an arm hanging out in mid-air. We've talked about that. Ear tips of the stethoscope needs to face away from you or forward. Yeah. Listen through the larger diaphragm of the stethoscope. We want to place the cuff snugly about 1 inch above the fold of the elbow. Remember, you don't want that cuff low. You need the cuff higher so that the stethoscope doesn't have to go underneath. We're going to find the brachial artery. Remember, we never use our thumb, right? And we're going to place the stethoscope over that brachial artery. We're going to close the valve. We're going to inflate slowly. How far? 160 to 180. And we're going to deflate, but we want that needle to never stop. Now, this is all going to be you, and I'm going to show you this in just a minute. But it's critical that you get this. This is a tourniquet. The longer you keep it on, the less blood flow goes to the lower arm. This can have serious consequences on your patient. So we want to keep that needle moving. Don't let it stop. And you are in control of that. We're going to go over that part in just a minute. Okay. You are in control. Should the needle ever stop?
No.
When somebody's taking your blood pressure in just a minute and that needle stops, you need to let the person taking the blood pressure know the needle should never stop. Okay, I'm going to put you in charge of that. As the patient, you need to remind them that needle should not stop. Okay, good. Okay, we're going to listen for the first thump. Whatever number the needle is on is our top number. We're going to listen for the last clear thump. Whatever number the needle is on is our bottom number. And we're going to keep deflating all the way to 0. Okay. But let me explain something to you, because some of you are you're going to get confused on this. When you inflate the cuff, remember I said that it's quiet, 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 quiet. Still quiet. And then finally we get a thump, right? So when you inflate, at first you're not going to hear anything. It's quiet. Don't let your brain quit. Remember, the show hasn't started yet. Okay. Some of you will inflate and it's quiet, quiet, quiet. And you'll go, I'm not hearing anything. Something's wrong. No, the only thing wrong is you stopped listening. Okay. Quiet. It's quiet, 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 nothing happening. You're also if I took my stethoscope right now and tried to do this, I'm not going to hear anything because my waves are moving through my artery just fine. Nothing's hitting the top of an artery. There is nothing here to hear. Nothing. Nothing. So you can't listen for the brachial artery. You have to feel it with your fingers to find out where it's at. Good? Okay. All right. Showtime. I'll let you use that one. Does that collapse? Is it squishy?
No.
Okay. And you're good. All right. I want you to take your cuff, wrap it around your can. You're actually going to need this because that cuff won't fit on that.
I think I might need one too, because this might be long.
Okay.
Thank you.
So wrap your cuff around your can. And you want it snug. And I want you to hold it in your non-dominant hand. So if you're right-handed, this should be held in your left hand. This extra flap hanging out, tuck it behind and hold the can so the gauge is facing you in your non-dominant hand. Your dominant hand is going to pick this thing up. You need the bulb in the palm of your hand, not like this, not pointing down. You want the tube pointing up. You need that little silver dial facing you. So your thumb and forefinger should be on that dial. Okay. So I'm going to turn around backwards here to show you. So this is my gauge. This is my dial. And I'm going to turn my silver dial to the right just until it stops. Righty tighty, lefty loosey, right? Just until it stops, because I'm going to loosen this in a minute. If I get it too tight, I'm not going to be able to loosen it. And I'm going to squeeze that bulb until that needle goes up to somewhere between 160 and 180. Then I'm going to hold that dial between my thumb and index finger and slowly, ever so slightly, turn it to the left until the needle comes down. Do you see how slow that needle is going? Can you guys see it? If you look on the screen, see how slow that needle is going? All the way to 0. And then you're going to let all the air out, close it up, and do it again. And then close it up and do it again. If that needle is going too fast, that's all you. There we go. If that needle is going too fast, it's all you. If that needle is going too slow or stops, that is also all you. So here we go. You can see, if you look at the screen, my silver dial, I'm turning to the right. I'm going to inflate to between 160 and 180. I'm going to hold that dial and slowly deflate. So that, whoa, that's way too fast. I'm standing at an awkward angle here. Let me turn it this way, get more control over it. Okay. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to inflate. I'm going to hold the dial and slowly, ever so slowly, deflate. That's about how fast your needle should be moving. That needle will try to stop though. See how my needle is slowing down and stopping? I want to open it up a little bit more and 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 a little bit more until I get to 0. When you think you have this down, when you've got control over your needle, take your cuff off your can. When you've got control over your needle, take your cuff off your can.
So, when the needle's going down, you don't ever open it all the way back up.
You want to keep opening it slowly, a little at a time. Because as the pressure decreases in the cuff, it needs a bigger opening for the air to come out. Okay, when you guys feel comfortable, take your cuff off your can because we're not done. Okay, I'm going to pair you up in a group of 2. You are going to take somebody else's blood pressure. They're going to take yours. And then you're going to switch. I want you to take blood pressures on 2 different people in the next 10 minutes. Remember, the arm needs to be supported. You want to make sure your stethoscope is in the right place and in your ears properly. You're going to inflate up to between 160 and 180. Deflate. Listen for the first thunk and the last thunk. I don't care about numbers today. This is all about learning the mechanic of it. Okay? When the needle slows down or stops, we want to open it a little bit more. As that needle slows down further, open it a little bit more. You're not going to hear your first thunk there. You're going to go up to 160 to 180 and you're going to start to deflate. And we're listening for that first thunk. Ideally, we shouldn't hear the first thunk until under 120. Remember, because normal is between 100 and 119. Okay. All right. So one of you guys come over here and work with her. You guys are going to be changing partners too. So make sure that the arm is supported. Make sure the arm is supported. You're not going to hear it. Preferred. But for this purpose, you can use either. Can you scoot forward a little bit? Thank you. Make sure when you're holding your stethoscope, you get a good seal so no air gets through. It is easier when you stand. You get better leverage.
Honestly, I'm hearing everything.
It takes some time to kind of tune into what you need to listen to. And that stethoscope may not work well for you. Here, try this one. Oh, yeah. Okay. So put this one in. I'll do, oh, that one's attached. Okay, just drop the stethoscope. Oh, okay. There you go. Put that one in. Hold this. And I'll do this part. So make sure you squish that in real good. Squish it down.
I heard the first one, but I didn't hear the last.
That's
one.
okay, but you heard some thunks.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Who needed help?
All right.
Okay. Put that in. You want to hold this here. Okay, hold on. First of all, this needs to be on here, always, always. We're gonna put this on. We're gonna make sure it's snug. This arrow needs to point. Okay. Yep. And squish it in. Okay, I'm gonna control this. Just listen. On the table. Mhm. Did you hear thumps?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Yeah, the arm really should be supported on the table. So if she were on your left arm, it would be better.
So you want to bring five, we'll try to use it over here.
Let the air out. Let the air out. You're not going to hear it until you in. So hold on a minute. I can't get by. Hold on.
My ears.
Thank you. Okay. Bring your chair around here for me. There you go. Okay. So this needs to be on a little bit snugger. So we're going to bring this up here. Artery right there. We're going to snug this up. There we go. Okay, now put your stethoscope here. And I'll work this part for you. Okay. Okay, you're not going to hear anything yet. We have to get up here and then we're going to listen. Okay. Just listen.
I think I'm moving too much.
Did you hear thumps?
No.
Okay.
My own fingers moving.
That's common. Part of this is learning what to ignore and what to pay attention to.
Okay.
The more you squish this in though, so when you're holding this, instead of just kind of letting it lay there, you really want to get it squished in there. That way
Okay.
you're not picking up any artifact. Okay. Has she had a chance
Yeah,
yet?
you do first. Let's take me around.
You okay?
Yep. That's bad. Oh, that's bad. Okay, because her elbow is bent. We need that elbow straight out. Right there. Feel the difference? Not quite so hard, not so hard. Right? No, it's right here. Okay, a little bit hard. See how hard I'm pushing? A little bit harder right there. So come this way a little bit.
So let's be okay for class and we're going.
We're not coming back to blood pressure, so it's up to you to practice at this point. Okay, go ahead and finish up the one that you're on. Thank you.
I can go home and like practice on my dad and my sister.
You can practice on anybody that's between 13 and 80. Don't practice on little kids. This hurts little arms. You'll make them afraid of medical people for the rest of their lives. That's not fair. And nobody over 80, they have their own health problems. Don't make them your guinea pigs, right? But between 13 and 80, if you can tackle them, they're fair game. You need to practice. This is your review sheets that I'm passing out for today's class.
I still find in the first one.
Very good. Nope. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about that now. I know I'm running late. So this is the last day that we're going to do blood pressure. You can bring your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes and practice during practice time. That's fine, but we're not coming back to blood pressure in this class. So the name of the game here is practice, guys. You will get better as you practice. But in reality, it takes about 45 blood pressures before you really start to get it. That's a lot of practice you need to do. Don't just practice on one single person, though, because everybody's blood pressure sounds a little different. And I want you to get a wide variety of sounds. All right. So you have your review sheet for today. Remember that you have chapter 4 to do to read before class on Wednesday. And then on Wednesday, we have 4 more skills to learn. Remember, we also learned 3 other ones today other than blood pressure. So those you can be tested on. So don't forget to practice those too. Okay. All right. So have a fantastic day. I will see you on Wednesday.